Chapter 54. Shizun. Meng's expression instantly turned solemn. He's the only one who doesn't have a nickname. In the entire peak of life and death, no one dares to make fun of him. Nonsense. That's just because other people know you like Shizun and don't want to tell you the truth. Ran rolled his eyes. He pulled Chu Wanning over and whispered in a not-so-soft voice, "Don't listen to him. Let me tell you, in the entire peak of life and death, the one with the most nicknames is Elder Yu Hong." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Wanning slightly raised his eyebrows, appearing interested. For example, if you're more polite, you can call him White Impermanence." "Why do you call him that?" "Because he wears white clothes all day long." "What else?" "Little Cabbage." "Why?" "Because he wears white clothes all day long." "What else?" "Big Steamed Bun." "Why?" "Because he wears white clothes all day long." "What else?" "Little Widow." Chu Wanning. "Do you know why that is?" Ran was completely unaware of the murderous intent that flashed through Chu Wanning's eyes. He even laughed foolishly. "Because he wears white clothes all day long." If it weren't for Chu Wanning's good self-control, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in. And? Io. Ran looked at Meng's expression and said in a low voice, "If I say more, my cousin will probably flip the pot over my head." Meng slammed the table and said through gritted teeth, "Outrageous. Who allowed them to talk about Shizun like this? What Little Cabbage and Big Steamed Bun? There's even a Little Widow. Are they tired of living?" Ran couldn't help but laugh. "You're unhappy with this? Why don't you hear what some female disciples call Shizun? It's so mushy." Meng's eyes widened. "What did they say?" Ran said lazily, "What else can I say? Girls always speak in a genteel manner, such as pale moon pear blossom, bright spring white snow, lin and chu lang, shi zi fu qian." "Oh my God." Chu Wanning. Meng. "That's considered good. For someone like Elder Tanlang, who has a mediocre appearance and a bad temper, his nickname is much worse." Among the 20 elders, Elder Tanlang had the worst relationship with Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning asked, "What's his name?" "Winter pickles or potherb mustard because it's dark," Ran said with a smile. Meng, don't look at me like that. You're part of it too." Meng seemed to have swallowed an egg. "What? I have one too." "That's right," Ran said with a smile. Meng didn't seem to care. He cleared his throat and asked, "Then what did they call me?" "Ping Ping." "What do you mean?" What do you mean? Isn't that easy?" Ran's shoulders twitched as he said these 3 words. He finally couldn't help but slap the table and laugh. "A peacock spreading its tail, ha ha ha." Meng jumped up and said angrily, "Ran, I'll kill you." When the 3 of them returned to the peak of life and death after eating their fill, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Wanning first let his 2 foolish disciples send him to Elder Xuanji's territory and bid them farewell. Meng asked him to meet again tomorrow at the bamboo forest, but Chu Wanning didn't know when he would return to his original appearance, so he didn't dare to agree. He only said that he would come if he had the time. When his disciples were far away, he used his qinggong and stepped on the roof beams to return to the Red Lotus Pavilion. The next morning, Chu Wanning woke up and saw that he still had the body of a child. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He stood on the bench with a straight face and stared at the person in the bronze mirror for a long time. He didn't even have the mood to comb his hair. After thinking about it, he felt that he couldn't continue like this, so he went to find Shizun Yong. "What? You saw Meng and Ran yesterday?" "Yes, I said that I was Xuanji's disciple. They didn't suspect anything," Chu Wanning said. "If Meng asks you about it, remember to help me smooth things over. Let's not talk about this first. I've already cultivated for more than 10 days, but I haven't gotten any better. I can't go on like this. I have to go find Tanlang. Ior Yuheng is so thin-skinned. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself today?" Chu Wanning looked at him coldly. However, when this gaze was placed on a child, it was unavoidably weak. It was a bit like a child throwing a tantrum. He was beautiful and cute when he was young. Shizun couldn't help but feel a little touched. He reached out to touch Chu Wanning's head. Chu Wanning suddenly said, "Great Lord, when my body recovers, I'll have to trouble you to ask Huansha Hall to make me a set of clothes for the pinnacle of life and death. I don't want white. Shui Zhengyong was completely stunned. I thought you didn't like to wear light armor? I'll change it occasionally, Chu Wanning said with a dark expression and walked away. Although Elder Tanlang didn't get along with Chu Wanning, he had to restrain himself a little because the Great Lord was here. Thus he didn't mock Chu Wanning with his mouth. Everything was written in his eyes. Chu Wanning raised his eyes and looked expressionlessly at Elder Tanlang. The other's eyes lit up like fireworks. Chu Wanning was speechless. Madame Wang's diagnosis is generally correct. After Elder Tanlang finished reading Chu Wanning's pulse, he let go of Chu Wanning's wrist. Chu Wanning immediately pulled his hand away and rolled down his sleeve. Then why haven't you recovered after 10 days? Tanlang said, although the amount of sap from the ancient sacred wood is small, its effects are strong. I'm afraid it will take a long time for you to recover. Chu Wanning asked casually, how long? Tanlang said, I'm not sure, but about 10 years. Chu Wanning's eyes widened. Although Elder Tanlang tried to keep a straight face, the gloating smile in his eyes was almost overflowing. That's right, you might need 10 years to recover your original appearance. Chu Wanning stared at him for a while and said coldly, are you trying to trick me? I wouldn't dare, your Elder Yu Hong. Tanlang laughed. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just that your body is smaller and your mind is a little childish, but it's negligible. Besides, your magic power is still there. Why are you in such a hurry to recover? Chu Wanning's face turned green. He was speechless for a moment. Tanlang said, but in these 10 years you won't always look like a child. This kind of fluid flows in the same vein as your spiritual power. If you don't use any spells for 3 to 5 months, you'll return to your original appearance. That's a good idea. Shui Zhengyong's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Tanlang smiled and said, why are you in such a hurry, Great Lord? I haven't even finished my sentence. After Elder Yu Hong recovers his original appearance, he still can't use too many spells. Once he uses too much of his spiritual power, he'll be controlled by the sap and turn back into a child. Too much? What do you mean too much? Shui Zhengyong shouted. Well, the sap has already spread all over his body. Tanlang said. He can only use 2 moves a day at most. Chu Wanning's voice was as cold as steel. He said, the ghost world's enchantment is often flawed. Refining a spirit mech also requires spells. If I can only use 2 moves a day at most, won't I become a useless person? Then I can't do anything. Tanlang said sarcastically. After all, if the human world loses the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, the sun may not rise again tomorrow. Shui Zhengyong said anxiously, Tanlang, don't be so sarcastic. In the entire cultivation world, your medical skills are one of the best. Quickly think of a way. Although Yu Heng's magic power is not affected, he's still a child after all. His skills are definitely not as good as before. Besides, if the other sects know that he was injured at the Jincheng Pond, who knows what they'll do? 10 years is too long. See if there's any good medicine that can. Elder Tanlang interrupted him mockingly, my lord. I'm not going to give you a chance. The Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable was contaminated with the sap of an ancient divine tree. It's not just any common poison. What do you think I can come up with in such a short time? Shui Zhengyong. All right, I'm going to refine the pills. Tanlang said slowly. Both of you, please go back. Shui Zhengyong, Tanlang. He still wanted to say something, but Chu Wanning pulled on his clothes and said, my lord, let's go. The two of them walked to the door, but Tanlong's voice suddenly came from behind them. Chu Wanning, if you're willing to humbly beg me, maybe I'll be willing to help you make the medicine. Although I've never seen your situation before, it's not impossible. Why don't you think about it? Chu Wanning turned around and said, what do you want to be considered as humbly? Tanlang was lying on the bed, lazily arranging the silver needles on the table. When he heard this, he looked up slightly, and his eyes flashed with mockery. When other people are cornered, they kowtow and ask for help. You and I are colleagues, so there's no need for kowtowing. If you kneel and say a few words to me, I'll help you. Chu Wanning did not say anything and looked at him coldly. After a while he said, Winter Pickles, I think you're still asleep. When he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Tanlang was left alone in a daze. For a long time he did not understand what winter pickles meant. The days passed slowly. Elder Yuheng said that he was in seclusion, but in reality, he was trapped in the child's body and could not come out. This matter was first known by Xue Zhengyong, Madame Wang, and Elder Tanlang. Later, in order not to expose themselves, Elder Xuanji also heard of this strange matter. A few months passed in a flash. The Red Lotus Pavilion had been closed for a long time. Xue Meng and the others could not help but worry. Master has been in seclusion for more than 70 days. Why hasn't he come out yet? Maybe his spiritual power is about to improve again. Shimei drank the Ling Mountain rain dew in his teacup and looked at the cloudy sky outside the window. It's going to snow. It's going to be little winter soon. I don't know if Master can come out before New Year's Eve. Mo Ran was lazily flipping through the sword manual. Hearing this, he said, I don't think he can come out. A few days ago he used the begonia flower to send us a message. Didn't he say that there was still a long time? I think it's quite mysterious. Today was a free day at the peak of life and death. The disciples did not need to cultivate. Mo Ran and the other two gathered together to make tea and wine. The bamboo curtains in the pavilion in the small courtyard were half drawn. Under the heavy curtains, misty water vapor leaked out. Recently, there was an additional disciple under Elder Xuanji, Xiaxini, who often hung out with them. Ever since he met Xue Meng that day, Xue Meng would pull him over to cultivate and play with him. After a long time, he was even more inseparable from them. Originally, there were 3 disciples under Yu Hong. Now there was an additional little one. At this time, Chu Wanning, who had changed his name to Xiaxini, was sitting at the table eating pastries. Although he ate in a refined manner, his speed was not slow at all. Xue Meng inadvertently glanced at him and stilled. His gaze returned to the plate and he said in shock, "Wow, little shitty, who did you inherit your appetite from?" Chu Wanning slowly chewed the osmanthus cake. The cake was too delicious. He did not want to pay attention to Xue Meng at all. After all, someone was fighting with him for food. Mo Ran's hand and Chu Wanning's hand landed on the last piece of lotus flower cake at the same time. The two suddenly looked up and their eyes met. Chu Wanning said, "Let go." Mo Ran said, "No. Let go. You've eaten 8 pieces. This one is mine. I can give you the rest, but not the lotus flower cake." Mo Ran glared at this little guy for a while and used his trump card. "Shitty, you eat too much sweets. You'll have tooth decay." "It's okay." Chu Wanning was very calm. "I'm 6 years old. It's not embarrassing." Mo Ran. With a smack, Xue Meng slapped him across the face, accompanied by his complaints, "Mo Weiyu, you're so annoying. You're already so old. Yet you're still fighting with your junior brother for food." While Mo Ran was covering his head with his hands, Chu Wanning expressionlessly grabbed the lotus cake and took a small bite with satisfaction. Junior brother. Chu Wanning ignored him and focused on eating the dessert. The 4 of them were having a lively time when suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced through the sky and reverberated throughout the peak of life and death. Chu Wanning's expression darkened slightly. "Gather sentries?" Xue Meng lifted half of the curtain and looked out of the window. The disciples walking outside also stopped to look, and they all revealed surprised expressions. Once the whistle sounded, all the disciples of the Life and Death Summit had to gather in the square outside of the Danqing Palace. This also meant that the whistle would only sound when there was an emergency. Before Chu Wanning joined the sect, this kind of whistle was often blown when the boundary of the ghost world was broken. However, ever since Chu Wanning joined the sect, the whistle had not sounded for a long time. Shimei put down the scroll in his hand, got up and walked to Xue Meng. "It's so strange. What's so urgent?" "I don't know. Whatever, let's go take a look first." Only Mo Ran did not speak. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyelashes to hide the unnaturalness in his eyes. He knew what the whistle meant, but the timing of the incident was slightly different from what he remembered. He did not expect it to come so soon. The 4 of them arrived at the Life and Death Summit, and the other disciples also arrived one after another. Soon, all the elders and disciples gathered in the huge square of the Dan Xian Palace. When everyone was present, Xue Zhengyong walked out of the closed door of the Dan Xian Palace and stood in front of the jade railing. Below the railing was a long bluestone staircase. Following behind him were 6 beautiful women. The 6 women's appearances were either charming or cold. But they were all extremely beautiful. They stood in the wind, but in the cold weather, they only wore a thin layer of gauze. At first glance, their red dresses were like clouds, their eyes were like red flames, and their silk ribbons fluttered in the wind. There was also a trace of a flame between their eyebrows. Xueming was stunned. Not only him, but almost everyone's expression changed dramatically when they saw the 6 women. Xueming was stunned for a long time before he murmured with a trembling voice, "Featherman Immortal Ambassadors. They are from the Vermilion Bird Fairyland?" Chapter 55. Although the Vermilion Bird Wonderland was called a wonderland, the people who lived there were not immortals. Instead, they were half-immortal, half-demon mutants. They were the beings most similar to immortals in the cultivation continent, and were also called Feathermen. The Feathermen lived in the maze of Mount Jiuhua for generations. They had their own paradise and rarely interfered with the affairs of the mortal world. However, not all of their blood was immortal blood, and half of them were mortal flesh and blood. Thus, they could not completely transcend. They would often appear when the order of the cultivation world was in turmoil, and when it was in danger, they would use their powerful spiritual energy to help the mortals get through difficult times. When Mo Ran caused a huge commotion in his previous life, the Feathermen appeared in large numbers. However, in the end, their strength was still no match for the sovereign of the human realm, who had cultivated the forbidden technique to perfection. In the end, all the Feathermen were killed by Mo Ran. He stepped on the stinking blood and stepped on the charred feathers that were scattered all over the ground. With a fire, the Vermilion Bird Wonderland was destroyed. That was an extremely crazy memory. Even after the incident, Mo Ran would still break out in cold sweat when he thought about it, drenching his vest. He felt as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. It was extremely cruel. However, right now, he obviously did not have the strength to fight against the Feathermen. In fact, because of their racial advantage, the spiritual energy of most immortal cultivators was below that of the Feathermen. In the entire peak of life and death, the only ones who could fight against them were probably those few outstanding elders. Xueming accidentally saw Mo Ran's face and was shocked. "What happened to you? Why is your face so pale?" "It's nothing." Mo Ran's eyelashes fluttered as he said in a low voice, "I just ran a little too fast." The appearance of the Feathermen was the beginning of Shi Mei's tragedy in his previous life. Mo Ran's heart was in his throat. He originally thought that this matter would only happen after some time. Why was it that in this life so many things were progressing differently from the past? At the peak of life and death in the winter, a weak sun hung in the sky, illuminating a layer of deathly white light. Mo Ran stood under the sun, and could not help but hold Shi Mei's hand. Shi Mei was slightly stunned. "What's wrong?" Mo Ran didn't say anything and just shook his head. Xue Jingyong's voice sounded at the right time. What he said was not much different from what he said in his previous life. "Today, I've summoned all of you in front of the Core Heart Palace because the Featherman Immortal Emissary has returned after more than 80 years. Just like 80 years ago, the Immortal Emissary left the Peach Blossom Spring and came to the mortal world because he saw that the mortal world was in danger and came to help." He paused for a moment and slowly turned his head to look at the dense crowd of disciples below. You all know that although the barrier of the ghost domain was set up by incipient god Fuxi, it's still there. However, over the past million years the barrier had gradually weakened. Every few decades the barrier would be damaged again. Over the years the power of the ghost realm's barrier has been weakening day by day. Even with the help of all of you, Xueming humped softly. Father is really spouting nonsense. It's clearly Shizun who's helping us all by herself. Even with the help of all of you, the loophole in the ghost realm is getting bigger and bigger. In the end it will completely collapse like it did a few decades ago. At that time thousands of spirits will descend and hundreds of ghosts will invade the world. The boundary between the mortal world and the ghost realm will be broken, and the mortals will suffer. In order to avoid such a tragedy, the Featherman Immortal Emissary will select a few people with the most suitable spiritual power from all the cultivation sects and send them to the Peach Blossom Spring to cultivate in isolation. As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. The Featherman was going to select people and bring them to the Peach Blossom Spring to cultivate. All the disciples were surprised, but they were also excited. No matter how talented they were more or less secretly looking forward to it. Only Mo Ran didn't look happy. There was even a faint trace of worry on his face. He was good at pretending and making people unable to distinguish the truth from the lies. However, at this moment he couldn't hide the emotions in his heart. This matter was related to Shimei's life and death. In the past, Shimei was selected by the Featherman to go to the Peach Blossom Spring to cultivate. Not long after he returned, there was a large-scale collapse in the Ghost Realm's loophole. A large number of ghosts crawled from hell to the mortal world. During that catastrophe, Shimei and Chu Wanning fought side by side. Each of them stood at the foot of the formation and worked together to repair the biggest loophole. However, Shimei's power was still not on par with Chu Wanning. Countless ghosts saw that the Yang world was about to be closed, so they attacked Shimei together with a common enemy. Thousands of soldiers and horses turned into a murderous aura. In an instant, they pierced through Shimei, who was trying to maintain the balance of the enchantment. The evil spirits killed the heart. The dead souls pierced through the soul. Chu Wanning didn't raise his hand to block them. When Shimei fell from the top of the coiling dragon pillar, he chose to use all of his magic to seal the enchantment that Shimei didn't have time to complete with his own power. It was snowing heavily that day. Shimei fell from the high platform like an inconspicuous small piece among the thousands of sparkling and translucent crystals. The sky was full of snow, endless. So who would care about which hexagonal ice crystal was about to melt? Just like the countless generations of mortals, who would care about the death of an ordinary person except for their closest relatives? In the heavy snow, in the smoke of war, Mo Ran held Shimei, whose breathing was gradually weakening. He knelt and begged Chu Wanning to take a look at Shimei and save Shimei. But in the end, Chu Wanning still turned around and chose to throw himself to the snowy plains. He chose to fulfill his own righteousness. So the master-disciple relationship was destroyed. How ridiculous! The things that Chu Wanning liked, cared about, and pursued were also ridiculous. For example, Chu Wanning liked listening to the rain and admiring the lotus. He liked Engineer Du's poems. He was so strict to the point that he was in fear and trepidation. For example, Chu Wanning did not care if spring grass lived or autumn cicada died. He did not care if there was smoke of war or where the common people could not live. For example, Chu Wanning had always taught them that if there was a Tao, then all living things would be the leader. But Mo Ran thought, fuck all living things. He did not know those people and did not care. What did it matter to him whether they were dead or alive? In Chu Wanning's reign, perhaps there were the murmurs of desolate souls who had nowhere to return to, or the tears of the refugees splashed on the grass and trees. Mo Ran did not feel it. His reign was just ordinary reign. The grass and trees were just ordinary grass and trees. The common people were just two words written on paper. Who the hell cared? So he thought Chu Wanning was hypocritical, despicable, full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, as if he had the whole world in his heart. But in his extremely narrow heart, he was even stingy with the position of his disciple. Later on he asked Chu Wanning, does your heart ache? Do you feel uneasy? You said that the leader of all living things would be the end, but you are still alive. You let Shimei listen to you and die. You killed him, you hypocrite, you liar. Do you still have a heart? When Shimei fell from the high platform, he was shouting for you. He was shouting for Shizun. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Why didn't you save him? Why didn't you save him? Chu Wanning, your heart is made of stone. You have never cared about us. You did not care. You did not care. What happened after that was just like that. Chu Wanning became the uncrowned king who was respected and loved by everyone in the Shizun world. Nobody cared about the dead. Shimei's bones were like a stone step not worth mentioning, stepped under the feet of the victor. He used a disciple with insufficient talent in exchange for the so-called peace of the world. Nobody would say that he was wrong. Only Mo Ran saw the crown on his forehead. It was so glorious that it was made of the bones of the dead. It was Shimei's death that made him who he was. He hated it from the bottom of his heart. Hey, little immortal. Hey, suddenly, a gentle hand touched his forehead. Mo Ran was shocked. He broke away from the dark memories and suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was Zhang Yan's delicate face, which was as bright as flowing clouds. A Featherman immortal emissary had appeared in front of him at some point in time, and was smiling at him. This is such a great opportunity. Why is little Immortal absent-minded? Ah, elder sister Immortal, please don't blame me. Emo Ran was worried that others would see that something was wrong. He forced himself to be alert and smiled at the Featherman Immortal emissary. I am a person who likes to fantasize. When I saw that elder sisters were here, I was hoping to be chosen so that I could see what the Peach Blossom Wonderland was like. I couldn't help but be immersed in it. It turned out that when Emo Ran was absent-minded, the Featherman had already started to choose suitable people. Fortunately, he could not see through this tribulation in his previous life. He was so troubled that he did not even notice the movements around him. The Featherman Immortal emissary smiled again. However, when she opened her mouth, she said something that Emo Ran did not expect. I see that your spiritual energy is pure. Your cultivation and talent are also rare. If you want to go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland, come with me. Emo Ran. Emo Ran. Go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland? In his previous life, only Shirmei and Chu Wanning were chosen. Why was it that in this life, his astonishment was obvious? Being chosen by the Feathermen was something to be astonished about. Thus, the people around him did not find it strange. They only looked at him with envious gazes. Emo Ran was brought to the Core Heart Palace by the Feathermen. After the initial astonishment, his violently beating heart slowly calmed down. However, his eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy that no one could see. In this life some things had indeed changed. Although he did not know whether these changes were a blessing or a curse, and why his fate chart had changed, at least he could go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland. As long as he followed the Feathermen to learn spells, the heavy responsibility of repairing the enchantment would not fall on Shirmei's shoulders. He was a boorish person. After living 2 lives, he did not know what it meant to be the head of all living things and the tail of oneself. However, Shirmei was the person who treated him the best in this world. In front of this person nothing was important, including this body of his and half of his soul. As long as Shirmei was alive, he could give up everything. However, when the Feathermen finished choosing everyone and gathered in front of the Core Heart Palace, Missouri Ran discovered that the lineup this time was completely different from the lineup in his previous life. Shirmei was still among the people chosen. However, because he was cultivating in seclusion, Chu Wanning was absent from the selection. Therefore, he was not chosen in the end. Instead, it was Elder Xuanji's disciple Xiaxini. What made Emo Ran even more surprised was that Xuemeng was also invited by the Peach Blossom Wonderland. In the words of the immortal emissary, he said, "You seem to have the residual power of the Gochon God's sword on you. Interesting." The faint sound of a bell rang from the Tongtian Tower not far away. It was deep and resounded throughout the entire Peak of Life and Death. At the Peak of Life and Death in the lower cultivation world, the immortals chosen are Xue Ziming, Emo Weiyu, Shi Mingjing, and Xiaxini, a total of 4 people. After communicating with Xue Zhengyong, the leading Featherman immortal emissary released a voice transmission bird. She raised her hand and let the bright feathered bird perch on the tip of her finger. She continued in a clear voice, "Today, I've met these 4 people. Their talents are suitable, and their natures are pure." Reporting to the immortal. After she finished speaking, the bird flew away. The bird remembered her words. It flapped its strong wings and quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Going to the Peach Blossom Wonderland to cultivate immortal techniques was a more rare opportunity than going to the divine martial arts. No one would reject it. Also, the purpose of cultivating immortal techniques was to defend against the large-scale collapse of the Ghost World's barrier. This was the responsibility of immortal cultivators, so no one could reject it. The cultivation time could be as short as a few months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. The Feathermen were not unreasonable. Seeing that the end of the year was approaching, they deliberately let them have a good New Year's Eve. After that, they would take them to the Peach Blossom Wonderland on Mount Zhouhua. When Emo Ran thought about how he would soon go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland with Shirmei to cultivate, he couldn't help but feel happy. However, this happiness didn't last for long. It slowly faded away. First, he didn't understand why. Until one day, when he passed by the southern foot of the Peak of Life and Death, he raised his head and looked at the Red Lotus Pavilion. Emo Ran couldn't help but slow down his footsteps. In the end, he stopped moving and looked up at the vast mountain in the distance. Chu Wanning had been in seclusion for more than 3 months. In this life, his hatred for this person seemed to have faded away. Even though he repeatedly told himself not to forget Chu Wanning's face when he abandoned him in Shermay, sometimes he still couldn't help but sympathize with him and feel confused. Xia and I was walking with him. At this time, he saw that Mo Ran's expression was strange. He also saw that he was staring at the South Peak in a daze. He was slightly moved and asked, "What's wrong? Little Marshal brother, do you think he will be able to come out before we leave?" Him? Yes. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he smiled at Chu Wanning. After these days of being together, he felt that this little Marshal brother was really obedient and sensible. He also liked him very much. "I'm talking about my master, Elder Yu Hong." "Chu Wanning, I see." Mo Ran sighed and muttered. He has never been in seclusion for so long before. Could it be that he was seriously injured at the Jincheng Lake? This was the first time in a long time that he took the initiative to mention his master. Chu Wanning obviously knew that it was impossible, but he couldn't help but ask, do you miss him?" Chapter 56. When Mo Ran was asked like this, his expression was somewhat stunned. "Do I miss him?" Although the grudges in his previous life were deep and could not be resolved, in this life Chu Wanning had never done anything wrong to him. Instead, he had protected him in adversity time and time again, causing him to fall ill. After a while he slowly said, "Well, he was injured several times, all because of me." When Chu Wanning heard him say this, he felt warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to say something to Mo Ran, he heard him say the second half of the sentence. "This kindness is too heavy. I only hope to help him get better quickly. I don't want to owe him too much." The warm feeling in his heart seemed to have died. It was motionless and condensed into ice. Chu Wanning froze for a while before he felt that he was very ridiculous. Mo Ran had already said that it was only the relationship between master and disciple. It was him who had thrown himself into the fire because of a little bit of hope. In the end, he could not blame others for burning into ashes. Chu Wanning smiled. That smile must have been very ugly. She had been snubbed. "Don't think too much. Since you are his disciple, you don't owe him anything. Everything was done willingly by him." Mo Ran turned his eyes to look at him. "You at such a young age, always speak like an adult with a straight face." As he said this, he smiled and rubbed his head. Chu Wanning was rubbed by him. First he was still smiling. Later, a layer of water slowly appeared in his eyes. He looked at the bright young face in front of him and said softly, "Mo Ran, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let go." Mo Ran's brain was too thick. He did not notice the change in his expression. What's more, he was used to joking around with Xia and I. Therefore, he still pinched Chu Wanning's smooth cheeks like he was teasing a child. He gently pulled the corner of his mouth and made a funny face. "Why is little Shitty angry again?" Chu Wanning looked at the childish child in the other party's eyes. The smile on the other party's face was so ugly, like a sad and funny monster. "Let go." He didn't notice it and teased him as usual. Okay, don't be angry. I won't say you're like an adult in the future. Okay? Come, let's make up. Call me senior brother. Let go of me. Be good, call me senior brother. And I'll buy you some osmanthus cake later. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his voice finally became a little hoarse. Mo Ran, I'm not joking. I really don't want to play with you anymore. Let go of me, okay? His slender eyebrows furrowed. Because his eyes were closed, he did not cry, but his throat was choked with sobs. Mo Ran, it hurts. It was too painful. There was only one person in his heart. He carefully hit her in the deepest part of his heart. It was fine if she didn't like him. As long as he could silently think of her and protect her, it was fine even if he couldn't get her. However, all of that person's softness was for others. All that was left for him was a body full of thorns. He held her in his heart. Whenever that person moved, his heart would bleed profusely. Day by day, the old scars had not healed, and new wounds would appear. Thus, he knew that even if he did not ask for her, as long as she was still in his heart, he would be in pain. He did not know how long he could hold on in this kind of pain. He did not know when he would break down. Mo Ran finally realized that something was wrong. He let go of his hand in a panic and touched his slightly red face. He was flustered and did not know what to do. Chu Wanning suddenly felt that it was actually good to be smaller. At least he could say that it hurt without any hesitation and show that he was softened. At least he could make him look at him with concern. That was something he did not even dare to think about. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve came. This was the most lively and leisurely time of the year at the peak of life and death. All the disciples pasted peach talismans and swept the snow. The chef at the Mengpa lobby was busy from morning to night, preparing for the year-end feast. Each of the elders also used their own spells to add to the festive atmosphere. For example, Elder Tanlang enchanted a pool of spring water into fine wine. Elder Xuanji released more than 3,000 firelight mice that he had tamed and had them stand guard at various places in the sect to keep everyone warm. Elder Lutsuan cast a spell on the snowmen that everyone had made. He had them squeak and run all over the mountain, shouting Happy New Year whenever they met someone. No one expected Elder Yu Heng to do anything. In fact, Yu Heng was still in seclusion. For a long time, he had not appeared in front of anyone. Only Xue Meng stood by the window and looked up at the begonia petals that were fluttering down from the sky. He said thoughtfully, after today we will have to leave. It seems that we will not be able to see him before we leave. I wonder what Shizun is doing right now? Of course he is cultivating. Mo Ran bit an apple and said vaguely, speaking of which, all the elders have to perform tonight. What a pity. If Shizun was here, he would have to go too. I wonder what he will perform. After saying that, he laughed first. Probably how to get angry. Xue Meng stared at him. Why don't you perform how to beat Mo Weiyu to death? During the new year, Mo Ran was not angry at Xue Meng's harsh joke. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, did you see Shidi today?" "You mean Xiaxini?" Xue Meng said, "I didn't see him. He is Xuanji's disciple and hangs out with us every day. Xuanji doesn't care anymore. If he hangs out with us during the new year, his master will be angry." Mo Ran laughed and said, "That's true." The sun was setting in the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chu Wanning held a pill and looked at it carefully. Xue Zhengyong sat opposite him. Chu Wanning did not invite him to tea, so he filled a pot for himself and ate a pastry from Chu Wanning's plate. Chu Wanning glared at him, but he did not notice. Instead he chewed on the pastry and said, "Yu Heng, don't look at me like that. Tonlong's mouth is poisonous, but he is not a bad person. How could he hurt you?" "What are you thinking, Lord?" Chu Wanning said lightly, "I was just thinking, since Elder Tanlang spent so much effort to create a pill that can let me regain my human form for a day, why didn't he just make a few more? If he needs them, he can just take them." "It's not that easy," Xue Zhengyong said. "The ingredients needed for this pill are very rare. He only made 3 pills before using them. It's not a long-term solution." "I see." Chu Wanning said, "I see. Thank you." Haha. Xue Zhengyong waved his hand. "The two of you are actually quite similar. You both say bad things, but your hearts are not bad." Chu Wanning glanced at him but didn't say anything. She poured herself a cup of tea and swallowed the medicinal pill that would allow her to return to her former appearance. Xue Zhengyong was about to eat another piece of pastry, but Chu Wanning stopped him. "What?" The Lord was dissatisfied. Chu Wanning said, "It's mine." Xue Zhengyong. As night fell, the disciples of the Life and Death Summit arrived at the Mengpa lobby one after another. Every elder brought their disciples to sit together. Bread, dumplings, snowmen, and firelight mice shuttled through the crowd, helping them pass salt jars, chili powder, chopped green onions, and other miscellaneous items. Every table was bustling with noise and laughter. Only Elder Yu Heng's table had all his disciples, but his master was absent. Xue Meng looked to the side and sighed. "I miss Shizun." Mei said warmly, "Didn't Shizun write a letter a few days ago, telling us to enjoy the holidays and cultivate diligently in the peach blossom spring? When he comes out of seclusion, he will come and see us, right?" "That's true, but when will he come out of seclusion?" Just as he was sighing, he glanced listlessly at the entrance hall. Suddenly, he froze and sat up straight. Like a cat, he opened his eyes wide and looked toward the entrance of the Mengpa lobby. Xue Meng's face was flushed red, and his eyes were bright. He was so excited that he stuttered. Yes. Mo Ran thought that one of the rare beasts raised by Elder Xuanji had come out to add to the fun. He felt that Xue Meng's knowledge was shallow and he was making a fuss over nothing. He could not help but laugh. What's there to be surprised about? Look at you, it's like you've seen a deity. What's there to be surprised about? He turned his head with a grin and looked up casually. He could not say the word strange no matter what. Outside the open entrance of the lobby, Chu Wanning was wearing a white robe and a bright red cloak. He elegantly put away his oil paper umbrella and shook off the snow. Then his eyelashes rolled up, revealing a pair of sharp and slender eyes. He glanced at them indifferently. When Mo Ran noticed it, he found that his heart was beating faster, his palms were sweating, and even his breathing had slowed down. The Mengpa lobby gradually quieted down. When Chu Wanning appeared in the Mengpa lobby, the disciples did not dare to make a ruckus. Moreover, he had been in seclusion for a long time. Now that he appeared in the middle of the snowy night of New Year's Eve, the frost and snow made his face look even more handsome, and the space between his eyebrows even darker. Mo Ran stood up and murmured Shizun. Xue Meng suddenly stood up and ran toward Chu Wanning like a kitten. He shouted Shizun as he dove into Chu Wanning's arms. Chu Wanning's clothes were soaked in the snow and were extremely cold. But looking at Xue Meng's expression, it was as if he was hugging peach blossoms in March or charcoal in October. It was unbearably warm. He kept shouting, Shizun, you finally come out. I thought I couldn't see you before I left. You really do love us. Shizun, Shizun. Shimei also went over and bowed respectfully. His face was full of joy. Welcome, Shizun, you've come out of seclusion. Chu Wanning patted Xue Meng's head and nodded at Shimei. I've come a bit late. Let's go. I'll stay up late with you. He sat at the table next to Xue Meng and across from Mo Ran. After the initial excitement and joy when Chu Wanning arrived, everyone returned to their old habits and sat upright like their Shizun. The table was eerily quiet. In the middle of the table were flour, meat, eggs, and other ingredients. There was also a brand new copper coin. Mo Ran was the best cook among them, so everyone decided to let him take command. Then I'll accept. Mo Ran smiled. Do you know how to roll the dough? No one made a sound. Okay, I'll roll the dough. Mo Ran said, Shimei, your wontons are the best. There's no difference between the stuffing of the dumplings. You can mix the stuffing. Shimei hesitated for a moment and said, there are some differences. I'm afraid I can't do it well. Chu Wanning said lightly, it's fine as long as it's edible. Don't worry too much. Shimei smiled. All right then. Xue Meng, you just have to help pass them some water or roll up their sleeves. Just don't be a hindrance. Xue Meng. As for Shizun, Mo Ran said with a smile, would Shizun like to sit and drink some tea? Chu Wanning said coldly, I'm making dumplings. Ah. Mo Ran was shocked, thinking that he had gone deaf. What are you going to do? I said, I'll make dumplings. Mo Ran. All of a sudden he wished that he was deaf. Chapter 57. Who would have thought that even though Chu Wanning's dumplings were clumsy, the finished product was actually not bad. One by one, the round and cute dumplings were pinched out by his slender fingers and neatly stacked on the table. The three disciples couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Shizun actually knows how to make dumplings. Am I dreaming? It's pretty good. Wow. Their whispers naturally couldn't escape Chu Wanning's ears. Chu Wanning pursed his lips, his eyelashes fluttering. Even though his face was still expressionless, the tips of his ears were faintly red. Xue Meng couldn't hold back and asked, Shizun, is this your first time making dumplings? Yes. Then why does it look so good? It's just like making a mecha. It's just a few folds, what's so difficult about it? Mo Ran looked at him from across the table, gradually lost in thought. In his previous life, the only time he saw Chu Wanning make noodles was after Shimei passed away. That day, Chu Wanning went to the kitchen and slowly made the wontons that Shimei was best at. But before he could put them into the pot, he was knocked to the ground by the irrational Mo Ran. The white wontons rolled all over the floor. Mo Ran didn't remember whether the wontons were flat or round, beautiful or ugly. He only remembered Chu Wanning's expression at that time, looking at him without saying a word. his cheeks still stained with flour. He looked so unfamiliar, a little lost and even a little stupid. Mo Ran thought that he would get angry, but in the end Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He only bent down, lowered his head, and silently picked up the stained wontons one by one. Then, he personally poured them out. At that time, what was Chu Wanning's mood? Mo Ran didn't know. He didn't want to think about it. In fact, he didn't dare to think about it. When the dumplings were ready, the little snowman took them to the kitchen to cook them. According to tradition, Chu Wanning sealed a copper coin inside. Whoever ate it would have good luck. The snowman quickly brought back the cooked dumplings. There was also a mixture of hot, sour, and vinegar on the wooden tray. Shuemeng said, "Shizun, eat first." Chu Wanning didn't refuse. He picked up a dumpling and put it in his bowl, but he didn't eat it. Instead, he picked up 3 more and gave them to Shuemeng, Mo Ran, and Shimei. "Happy New Year," Chu Wanning said lightly. His disciples were stunned for a moment before they smiled. "Master, Happy New Year." Coincidentally, it was only the first dumpling, and Mo Ran bit into a copper coin. He was so caught off guard that he almost lost half of his tooth. Shimei looked at his grimacing face and laughed. "Mo Ran will have good luck in the new year." Shuemeng said, "Tisk, lucky bastard." Mo Ran's eyes were brimming with tears. "Shizun, Li Jie got the dumplings too accurately. Jie was the first one and I got it." Chu Wanning said, "Speak properly." Mo Ran said, "I bit the toe of the shoe." Chu Wanning was speechless. Mo Ran rubbed his cheeks and took a sip of the tea that Shimei handed to him. He finally calmed down and joked, "Haha, could it be that Shizun remembered which dumpling had a copper coin in it and deliberately knocked me over?" "You're dreaming, aren't you?" Chu Wanning said coldly. He then lowered his head and continued to eat. But Mo Ran didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw that Chu Wanning's face seemed to be slightly red under the warm candlelight. After the dumplings, the head chef's sumptuous dinner was quickly brought out plate by plate. Chicken, duck, fish, and fish filled the table heavily. The Meng Pahlavi was getting more and more lively. Shui Zhengyong and Mrs. Wang sat at the head of the table and let the little snowman give out generous red envelopes. A little snowman kept bumping into Chu Wanning's knee, and Shi Xianqing's eyes stared at him. Chu Wanning was startled. "What, I got one too?" He took the red packet and opened it. Inside was a handful of expensive gold leaves. He was speechless. He raised his head to look at Shui Zhengyong, only to see the vulgar man looking at him with a smile. He even raised the wine cup in his hand and toasted him. So silly. But he also felt that Shui Zhengyong was really Chu Wanning stared at him for a while. He couldn't help but smile. He also raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. The gold leaves were distributed to his disciples. After 3 rounds of wine, the performances on the stage continued. The atmosphere at the table finally became lively. The main thing was that the 3 brats didn't seem to be afraid of him anymore. As for Chu Wanning, he was always able to drink 1,000 cups. Shizun, shall I read your palm?" The first one to drink was Shuemeng, whose mind was a little muddled. He grabbed Chu Wanning's hand and looked at it carefully. If he didn't drink 3 cups of wine, he wouldn't dare to offend him like this even if he had 10 times the courage. His lifeline is long but intermittent. His body doesn't seem to be very good. Shuemeng mumbled. "He gets sick easily." Mo Ran laughed. "It's quite accurate." Chu Wanning glared at him. "His ring finger is long. Shizun, you have a good fortune." The 3 lines come from the same source. The end of the love line leads to the intelligence line. Generally, people are willing to sacrifice for love. Shuemeng stared blankly for a while. He suddenly raised his head and asked, "Really?" Chu Wanning's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shui Ziming, I think you're tired of living." However, the drunk Shuemeng didn't know it at all. She actually smiled and continued to read. Then she muttered, "There's more. The love line has an island-shaped pattern, and it's under the ring finger. Master, you don't have a good eye for people. Maybe you are blind." Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He pulled his hand away angrily and was about to leave. Mo Ran laughed so hard that he was about to die. He held his stomach and laughed for a long time. Suddenly, he met Chu Wanning's cold and stern gaze. He forced himself to stop laughing, but his ribs were throbbing with pain. Chu Wanning said angrily, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Just as he was about to leave, Xue Meng grabbed his sleeve. Then Mo Ran couldn't laugh anymore. Xue Meng pulled Chu Wanning down in a daze and buried his head in Chu Wanning's arms. He wrapped his arms around Chu Wanning's waist and rubbed his forehead against Shizun's clothes. "Shizun." The soft voice of a youth carried a hint of coquettishness. "Don't go. Come, have another drink." Chu Wanning looked like he was about to choke. "Xue Ziming. You're just messing around, let go of me." Unexpectedly at this moment, the little snowman on the stage suddenly ran down, squeaking. It turned out that Elder Tanlang had finished his sword dance performance. According to the sequence, it should be Chu Wanning's turn. This wasn't good. Everyone's gazes gathered on Chu Wanning. Seeing Xue Meng actually daring to hug Elder Yu Heng's waist after getting drunk, burying himself in the other party's embrace and acting shamelessly, all the disciples were astonished to the extreme. Some of them even dropped their chopsticks as they stared fixedly at this corner. Chu Wanning. For a moment, the situation was extremely awkward. Elder Yu Heng did not know whether to stand or sit. He could only stiffly allow Xue Meng to hug him. After a long period of silence, Mo Ran suddenly laughed dryly. "No, Xue Meng, you're already an adult. Why are you still acting coquettishly?" As he said this, he reached out to pull him up. "Get up, don't cling on to Shizun." Xue Meng was not acting coquettishly on purpose. If he could remember this when he was sober, he would give himself 2 big slaps. But he was currently very drunk. Mo Ran forcefully dragged him for a long time before finally tearing him off Chu Wanning. "Sit properly, look at this." "How many?" Xue Meng looked at Mo Ran's extended finger and frowned. 3. Mo Ran. Shirmei couldn't help but laugh. He also teased him. "Who am I?" "You're Shirmei." Xue Meng impatiently rolled his eyes. Mo Ran also joined in on the fun. "Then who am I?" Xue Meng stared at him for a while, then said, "You're a dog?" Mo Ran said angrily, "Xue Ziming, I'm not done with you." Suddenly, at the table next to them, a disciple, either bold or drunk, pointed at Chu Wanning and asked loudly with a smile, "Young master, look at him. Who is he?" Xue Meng's alcohol tolerance was really low. He could not even sit properly. He leaned on the table and held his chin. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Wanning for a long time. Chu Wanning, Xue Meng, Chu Wanning, Xue Meng. After a long stalemate, just when everyone thought that Xue Meng was about to fall asleep due to the alcohol, he suddenly smiled and tried to pull Chu Wanning's sleeve again. "Brother immortal." These 4 words were loud and clear. All the disciples. Someone laughed out loud first. Then everyone couldn't help it. No matter how bad Chu Wanning's expression was and how bad his temper was, the law couldn't punish the majority. Everyone knew that no matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't use Heaven's Inquisition to slap everyone here. Right? As a result, the bustling Mingpa hall was filled with laughter. While eating and drinking, everyone was whispering to each other as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. "Haha, brother immortal. Elder Yu Heng is so handsome. He really does look like an immortal. If it were up to me, I would have to say something vulgar. Every time I see him, I can't help but think of a sentence." Someone asked, "What sentence?" "Except for the 3 feet of snow on the king's body, who else in the world is worthy of wearing white?" "Then you really are vulgar." Chu Wanning's face turned from white to green, then from green to black. In the end, he decided to pretend to be calm and pretend that he didn't hear anything. After all, he was used to facing people's alienation and awe. This sudden enthusiasm expressed in the festive atmosphere and alcohol made him unable to resist and retreat. Faced with such a situation, he really didn't know how to react. He could only force himself to be calm. However, the faint crimson color around his ears betrayed his handsome face, which seemed to be frozen 3 feet deep. Mo Ran noticed it and pursed his lips. He didn't say anything, but for some reason, an annoying jealousy suddenly surged in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't know that Chu Wanning was handsome, but like everyone else, he also understood that even though Chu Wanning was handsome, that kind of handsomeness was more of a knife-like sharpness. When he wasn't smiling, he was always as cold as snow, making people not dare to approach him. In his dark and narrow-minded mind, Chu Wanning was like a plate of delicious crispy meat, that was placed in a broken and dirty food box. The only person in the world who opened the food box and tasted the deliciousness inside was himself. He didn't need to worry that someone would discover this delicacy and taste it again. But tonight, in the warm fire of the stove, under the stimulation of the wine, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at the food box that no one cared about. Emoran suddenly became nervous. He wanted to firmly cover the food box, like swatting away annoying flies, and chase away these people who coveted his food. But he suddenly realized that in this life, this crispy meat wasn't his. He held the sparkling and translucent zips, so he didn't have the free time to chase away those greedy wolves. Emoran and the others didn't think that Chu Wanning would actually be like the other elders, seriously preparing a New Year's celebration program. He presented a guqin performance. The disciples' eyes were filled with worship, and someone whispered, "I really didn't think that Elder Yu Hong could play the guqin. And he played it especially well. I almost didn't know the taste of meat." Emoran didn't say anything as he sat in the same place. Xue Meng had already fallen asleep, leaning over the table, breathing steadily. Emoran took the wine pot in his hand and poured himself a full cup. He listened and drank while staring at the person on the stage. The irritation in his heart became stronger and stronger. In his previous life, Chu Wanning didn't play any songs at the New Year's Eve reunion banquet. The way he played the guqin was only seen by very few people. Probably because at that time, being put under house arrest by Emoran, Chu Wanning was really depressed in his heart. Seeing a guqin made of tung wood in the courtyard, he sat on the ground, closed his eyes and played the strings. The sound of the guqin was distant and lonely, attracting phoenixes and butterflies. When Emoran returned, he saw Chu Wanning sitting in the courtyard, indescribably calm, pure and noble. How did he treat him at that time? Ah yes. He pressed him to the side of the guqin and manipulated him, directly violating this cold man in the courtyard. Emoran only cared about his own trembling and pleasure, not caring about how much pain Chu Wanning was in. He didn't even care that at that time it was already past Li Dong, and that Shizun, who was so afraid of the cold, had his clothes torn off. He was ravaged by him on the cold stone surface until he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. After recuperating for several months, he still couldn't recover his energy. At that time, Emoran said to him coldly, "Chu Wanning, in the future, you are not allowed to play the guqin in front of others. Do you know how you look when you play the guqin?" He pursed his lips, but couldn't find the right words, so he didn't continue. How what? It was clearly a dignified and peaceful appearance, but for some reason, it was so seductive that people couldn't control themselves. Chu Wanning didn't say a word. His lips were pale, his eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were sharp. Emoran raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and stroked the space between his tightly knitted eyebrows. The Emperor Ta's movements seemed gentle, but his voice was still stern and emotionless. "If you don't listen, I will chain you to the bed. Other than sleeping with me, you can't do anything else. I will do as I say." How did Chu Wanning respond at that time? Emoran took another sip of wine, looked at the person on the stage and thought gloomily. It seemed like he didn't say anything. It seemed like he opened his eyes and coldly said one word: "Get lost." He couldn't remember clearly. In that life, he had been entangled with Chu Wanning for such a long time. Many things were no longer so clear, no longer so sharp and clear. In the end, he actually only admitted one thing: Chu Wanning was his person. Even if he didn't like him, he should be the one to destroy him, to tear him to pieces. He would rather crush Chu Wanning's flesh and blood in his palm, like a wolf, tiger, or leopard chewing Chu Wanning's bones and digging out his internal organs, than to let others touch him. He wanted Chu Wanning's blood to breed his desire, his bones to grow his curse, and his body to flow with his passion. Wasn't he virtuous? And then, didn't he still have to lie with his legs wide open, under the most evil person in the world, on the most violent tyrant's bed, and let the man's fiery blade take his life? He dirted him inside and outside. It was all dirty. How could it be so easy to put on the torn clothes? Emoran closed his eyes, his knuckles turned white, and his heart trembled. He thought about the past. His ears could no longer hear the lively cheers of New Year's Eve, nor could he hear Chu Wanning's relaxed zither music. There was only a cold, almost crazy voice left in his mind, like a vulture swooping down from the dust of the past, hovering for a long time. Hell is too cold. Chu Wanning, you came to accompany me. Yes, you are a god, the light of others. Shuemeng Mei Hanshua. The people of dawn are waiting for you to illuminate them. Grandmaster Chu, a sage. That voice laughed sweetly. It laughed and laughed, then suddenly became ruthless, like a soul that had been cut in half. It was as angry as thunder. But what about me? Have you illuminated me? Have you warmed me? I only have the scars you left on my body. Sage Chu Wanning. I want your person, I want your life. You want to be their fire, I want to take you to my grave. You can only illuminate my bones, I want you to rot with me. Life and death is not up to you. Deafening cheers sounded. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes, his back drenched in cold sweat. The performance had already ended. All the disciples were enthusiastically clapping. Mo Ran sat among them, feeling his eyes go weak and pale. He looked at Chu Wanning holding the Polonia zither, and slowly walking down the wooden steps. At that moment, for the first time in his life, he suddenly felt so absurd. He suddenly felt that he was like a crazy demon in his previous life. In fact, Chu Wanning was not bad. Why did he do this? When the strong wine entered his throat, he was at a loss, at a loss, at a loss. In the end, he was drunk. Chapter 58. Mo Ran's alcohol tolerance was actually not bad. However, on this New Year's Eve, he was clearly anxious, but in order to pretend that nothing was wrong, he drank 5 jars of pear blossom white with a smile. In the end, he finally became a little dizzy. Shermay hurriedly carried him back. When he fell on the bed, Mo Ran's throat moved, wanting to call Shermay's name. However, habits were very scary. In the past so many years, the people by his side were not the white moonlight in his heart, but the mosquito blood that he was tired of seeing. As soon as he said it, he still called the person he thought he hated. Chu Wanning, it was muffled. Wanning. Shermay was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Wanning, who was standing by the door. Chu Wanning had just carried Shuemeng back to the bedroom. At this time, he came in with a bowl of hangover soup, and just happened to hear Mo Ran's murmur. After he was stunned, he immediately believed that he had misheard. After all, Mo Ran called him Shizun. It was fine to call him Chu Wanning, but as for Wanning, he couldn't help but think of that time at the Red Lotus Pavilion, when the two of them slept in each other's arms. Mo Ran clearly called out Wanning's name in his sleep, and then covered his lips with a light kiss like a dragonfly skimming the water. Could it be that Mo Ran still had a little left in his heart? This thought was extinguished by him before he could think deeper. Chu Wanning had always been decisive and straightforward, but when it came to feelings, he thought he was a wishy-washy coward. Shizun. Shermay's pair of beautiful and gentle eyes were somewhat suspicious, looking at him hesitantly. Actually, it's nothing. Since Shizun is here to take care of Mo Ran, then I will leave first. Chu Wanning said. Wait a moment. Shizun has other instructions? Chu Wanning said. You are going to the Peach Blossom Spring tomorrow? Yeah. Chu Wanning was expressionless. After a while he said, go and rest. We need to take care of each other, and... He paused for a moment before saying, remember to come back early. Shermay left. Chu Wanning walked to the bedside and helped Mo Ran up expressionlessly. He fed him spoonful after spoonful of hangover soup. Mo Ran didn't like the sour taste of the wine, so it didn't take long for him to spit it all out. After spitting it out, he sobered up a little. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Wanning in a half-sober, half-drunk state. He mumbled, Shizun. Yes, I'm here. For some reason he laughed again. His dimples deepened, and then he said, Brother Immortal. Chu Wanning. And after that, he fell asleep again. Chu Wanning was worried that he would catch a cold, so he stayed by his side and tucked him in from time to time. Outside the bedroom, many disciples were still awake. In the world of mortal cultivators, people had the habit of staying up late. Most of them were still in their rooms telling jokes, playing pai gao, or casting spells. When the water in front of Dan Xian Palace ran out, it meant that the turn of the year had come. The disciples went out of their rooms and started to set off fireworks. The night sky was suddenly filled with silver flowers and firecrackers. Mo Ran was still in a daze when he was woken up by the deafening noise outside. He opened his eyes and held his throbbing forehead. He saw Chu Wanning sitting by his bed. There was not much expression on his calm and handsome face. Seeing that he was awake, he just said lightly, "Did I wake you up?" Shizun. After he woke up, he couldn't help but tremble. Why was Chu Wanning by his side? Where was Mei? Did he say something wrong in his sleep? Mo Ran was uneasy. He stole a glance at Chu Wanning's expression. Fortunately, Chu Wanning looked as if nothing had happened, which made him feel a little relieved. Firecrackers sounded outside. The two looked at each other awkwardly for a while. Chu Wanning asked, "Are you going to watch the fireworks?" Mo Ran asked, "Where is Mei?" The two sentences were said almost at the same time. It was too late to regret it. Mo Ran was a little surprised. He opened his eyes slightly and stared at his face for a long time as if he had never seen him before. After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning got up as if he didn't care. When he pushed the door open, he turned half of his face and said, "We have to stay up late. He should still be awake. You can go and find him." Sure enough, with his bad temper, even if he put all his courage on the line and stayed with him to watch the fireworks, he would only get rejected. If he had known, he wouldn't have asked. How embarrassing. Returning to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion, Chu Wanning sat alone under the perennially blooming begonia tree. Alone, he wore a cold cloak and looked at the bright fireworks in the sky. In the distance, the warm lights of his disciples' residence could be seen. Cheerful laughter could be heard. But it didn't have much to do with him. He should be used to it. But for some reason his heart felt stifled. Perhaps it was because after seeing the excitement of others, it was especially uncomfortable to return to its own cold. He looked at the fireworks in silence, one after another. People were greeting each other with Happy New Year's Eve 3 or 5 times. Chu Wanning leaned against the tree and closed his eyes tiredly. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly sensed that someone had broken into the barrier. His heart trembled slightly, but he didn't dare to open his eyes until he heard the sound of slightly panting breaths. He also heard the familiar sound of footsteps, which stopped not far away. There was a trace of hesitation in the young man's voice. "Master." Chu Wanning. "I'm leaving tomorrow. It will be a long time before he comes back. I don't think there's anything to do tonight, and I have to wake up early tomorrow. Mei should already be asleep, so he won't stay up until the new year." The sound of footsteps rang out again. This time it was even closer. It stopped a few feet away from him. Mo Ran said, "So if you're still willing, He opened his mouth, but the rest of his sentence was covered by a huge cluster of lively fireworks. Chu Wanning opened his eyes and looked up, just in time to see the brilliant stars in the night sky, the silver frost flowers scattered little by little, the young and good-looking boy standing in front of him, 7 parts pity and 3 parts shame. Chu Wanning had always been arrogant, and he had always disdained the companionship of others because of sympathy. But at this time when he looked at him, he suddenly felt that he couldn't say anything to refuse. It was probably because he was also bewitched by the wine. At this time, Chu Wanning felt his chest ache, but also warm. "Since you're here, sit down." In the end he said lightly, "I'll watch with you." He looked up at the sky. His expression seemed indifferent, but the fingers in his sleeves were secretly curled up because of nervousness. He didn't dare to look at the person next to him, and only looked at the fireworks in the sky. The night was long, and the petals fell in profusion. Chu Wanning asked softly, "These days how have you been?" Mo Ran said, "I got to know a very cute little junior brother, and I told Master about it in the letter before. How's Master's injury?" "It's fine. Don't blame yourself." A firework burst with a bang, scattering into colorful splendor. That night, fireworks and silver flowers were everywhere, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard, and the snow was filled with a thin layer of smoke. They sat under the flower tree to wait for the new year. Chu Wanning didn't like to talk, so Mo Ran found a topic to chat with him. Towards the end, he was a little tired and unknowingly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Mo Ran woke up and found that he was still under the flower tree, his head resting on Chu Wanning's knee, and his body was covered with a soft and thick firefox fur cloak. The cloak's fur was smooth, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. It was Chu Wanning's clothes to keep out the cold. Mo Ran was slightly startled. and looked up to see Chu Wanning sleeping soundly against the tree trunk. His eyelashes were drooping, and his long and soft eyelashes trembled slightly with his breathing, like a butterfly in the wind. They actually sat under the tree and slept like this yesterday? It shouldn't be. According to Chu Wanning's obsessive-compulsive temperament, no matter how tired he was, he would still go back to the house to sleep. Why would he be willing to sleep under the tree? And the fox fur cloak on him? Was he the one who put it on him? Emoran sat up. His black hair was a little messy, and his eyes were open. With Chu Wanning's cloak draped over him, he was somewhat at a loss for what to do. Yesterday he wasn't too drunk. Although there were some things that he couldn't remember clearly, he could still roughly recall. As for why he took the initiative to run to the Red Lotus Pavilion to accompany Chu Wanning to wait for the new year, it was a decision he made when he was sober. He clearly used to hate this person, but when he heard him ask, "Are you going to see the fireworks?" When he saw him turn around and leave alone with his head down, he actually felt sad. He thought that since they wouldn't see each other for a long time, and the enmity in this life wasn't that deep, Chu Wanning was so lonely, it didn't matter if he occasionally stayed with him until dawn. So he openly came looking for him. Now that he looked back, he felt that he really was. Before he could finish his thoughts, Chu Wanning also woke up. Emoran mumbled, "Shizun." Yeah. The man who had just woken up frowned slightly and rubbed his forehead. "You haven't left yet?" I just woke up." Emoran realized that his eloquent tongue would often stutter and get tongue-tied whenever he saw Chu Wanning's indifferent face. After a moment of silence, Emoran suddenly remembered that Chu Wanning's cloak was still on him. He hurriedly took it off and hurriedly wrapped it around Chu Wanning's shoulders. When he was putting the cloak on him, Emoran noticed that although Chu Wanning was wearing 3 layers of clothes, without a coat to protect himself from the cold, he looked a little thin in the snow. This thought made him even more anxious. While he was fiddling with the tassels, he clumsily tied his fingers together. "Emoran?" Chu Wanning glanced at him and reached out to undo it. He said indifferently, "I'll do it myself." "Okay." Then he hesitantly added another sentence. "Sorry. It's nothing." Emoran stood up and hesitated for a moment. "Shizun, I'm going to pack my things and eat breakfast. After that I'll leave." "Okay." "Are you going to eat together?" After saying that, he wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide. What the hell? Why did he invite Chu Wanning to go with him? Maybe it was because he saw the regret on Emoran's face after he asked that question. Chu Wanning paused for a moment and said, "No need. You can go by yourself." Emoran was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would say something even more shocking. So he said, "Then I'll go first, Chu Wanning." "Okay." After Emoran left, Chu Wanning expressionlessly sat under the tree for a while. Then he held onto the tree trunk and slowly stood up, but he didn't move. His leg had been used as a pillow by Emoran for an entire night. He couldn't feel anything and couldn't walk at all. After standing under the tree for a long time and waiting for his blood circulation to recover, Chu Wanning dragged his leg and limped back into the house. Sure enough, after sitting in the cold for an entire night, even if there was no snow on the ground under the cover of the crabapple tree, he still caught a cold. Achoo! He sneezed and the corners of his eyes immediately turned red. When he took a handkerchief to cover his nose, Chu Wanning thought to himself, "I'm going to die. I caught a cold." Elder Yu Hong, sitting on 3 divine weapons, the #1 grandmaster in the cultivation world that all sects fought over. When Heaven's Inquisition appeared, the 4 seas were shocked and the white robe appeared. Such a powerful figure, it could be said that he was the strongest martial artist of this generation. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a person was, he had a weakness. Chu Wanning's weakness was that he was afraid of the cold. Once he was cold, he would easily have a headache and a fever. So, on the day that Emoran and Shirmei left the peak of life and death, not only did Grandmaster Chu's medicine disappear and become weak again, he also began to sneeze and have a runny nose. So on this afternoon, when the Feathermen came to pick people up, they received the healthy Shuemeng, Emoran, Shirmei and a pitiful little martial brother Xiaxi and I who didn't live in a Chu. Chapter 59. They had no choice. Even if their junior brother was sneezing, they still had to leave. The Feathermen took them east to the port of the Yangtze River. They summoned a boat that could sail on its own and set it on the sea under the protection of the enchantment. That night, Mo Ran got rid of his master for the first time and spent time with Shimei outside. But strangely, he didn't seem as excited as he expected. Shui Meng and Xia Xini were already asleep. Mo Ran lay on the deck alone with his arms behind his head and looked at the stars in the sky. Shimei came out of the cabin and took some dried fish that he bought from the fisherman. He sat beside Mo Ran and the two of them chatted while eating the dried fish. Mo Ran, if we go to the Peach Blossom Spring, we might not be able to make it to the Holy Mountain Sword Conference. I don't care, but you and the young master are both very powerful people. Won't you regret missing the opportunity to show your talent? Mo Ran turned his head and smiled. What's the big deal? Reputation is nothing. If we go to the Peach Blossom Spring and learn some skills, we can protect the important people. That's more important than anything else. Shimei's eyes were bright. He said gently, if Master knows that you can think like this, he will be very happy. What about you? Are you happy? Of course I'm happy. The waves hit the boat and the wooden boat rocked on the sea. Mo Ran lay on his side and looked at Shimei for a while. He wanted to tease him, but he didn't know how to start. In his eyes, Shimei was really unattainable and pure. Maybe it was because he was too pure. He would have lustful thoughts when he was with Chu Wanning, but he wouldn't have them when he was with Shimei. Mo Ran was in a daze for a while. Shimei felt that he was looking at him, so he turned his head and tucked his long hair behind his ear. He smiled. What's wrong? Mo Ran blushed. He turned his head and said nothing. He wanted to use this opportunity to carefully confess to Shimei. However, the words were at the tip of his tongue several times, but he couldn't open his mouth. Confession. And then, facing such a clean and gentle person, Mo Ran couldn't be rude or forceful. He was afraid of being rejected. Even if he was accepted, he was afraid that he wouldn't know how to get along with Shimei. After all, in his previous life, he had handled his short-lived relationship with Shimei very poorly. Apart from that intimate moment in the Ghost MC's illusion, he had never even kissed her. Not to mention what he had experienced in this life, he wasn't even sure if the person in the illusion was Chu Wanning or Shimei. Shimei was still smiling. But you seem to have something to say to me. Mo Ran's heart warmed. For a moment, it seemed like he wanted to recklessly break through this layer of paper. But for some reason, a pure white figure suddenly flashed in front of him. He had a thin face and did not like to smile. He was always alone and looked very lonely. Suddenly, his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could no longer speak. Mo Ran turned his head and stared at the starry night sky. After a while, he quietly said, Shimei, you are very important to me. Yes, I know you are also important to me. Mo Ran said again, did you know? I had a nightmare before. In the dream you were not there. I was very sad. Shimei smiled. You are quite silly. Mo Ran. I will protect you. Okay, then I will thank my good junior brother first. Mo Ran's heart moved. He couldn't help but say Shimei gently asked, what else do you want to say? The sound of the waves was very loud, and the boat was very bumpy. Shimei quietly looked at him, as if waiting for him to say the last sentence. But Mo Ran closed his eyes. Nothing. The night is cold. Go back to the cabin and sleep. Shimei was silent for a while. He then asked, what about you? Mo Ran was really stupid sometimes. I look at the stars and feel the wind. Shimei didn't move. After a while he smiled. Okay, then I will go. You should rest early. He turned around and left. The boat sailed on the sea, the sky high and the clouds wide. The guy lying on the deck had no idea what he had missed. He was actually a little absent-minded, and had been trying to dig out the true feelings in the depths of his heart. He pondered for a long time, but because he was too simple-minded, he still couldn't think of a reason when the sky turned white. He and Shimei spent day and night together, and their feelings for each other were very deep. Mo Ran thought that when the two were alone, he would be impatient to confess to Shimei. But when the boat reached the bridge, he found that this was not the case. Perhaps he was too clumsy. If he rashly confessed to Shimei at this time, he would definitely scare him. Even if he didn't scare him, he wouldn't be able to talk about this relationship between Shimei and him. He seemed to be more used to this kind of hazy ambiguity. Sometimes when he had a strange thought, he would inadvertently hold the other's hand, and the gentleness in his chest would overflow like honey. This feeling was very natural, and he didn't want to break it immediately. When he returned to the cabin very late, everyone was already asleep. Mo Ran lay back on the bench and looked at the night sky through the narrow skylight. Chu Wanning's figure slowly appeared in his mind. Sometimes he closed his eyes and didn't speak. Sometimes he had a fierce expression on his face. Of course, Mo Ran also thought of that person curled up and sleeping. He was docile and lonely, like a sleeping begonia that no one cared about because it bloomed too high. Hatred aside, Chu Wanning's entanglement with him in his previous life was deeper than anyone else's in this world. He took many firsts from Chu Wanning, whether the other was willing or not. For example, the first kiss, the first time he cooked, the first time he shed tears. And also Chu Wanning's first night. Damn it. Thinking of this made his whole body heat up and his blood rush down. In contrast, he also gave Chu Wanning some of his firsts, whether the other was willing or not. For example, the first time he became a disciple, the first time he coaxed him, the first time he gave him flowers, the first time he was thoroughly disappointed in someone, and the first time he was moved. Yes, the first time he was moved. When he came to the peak of life and death, the first person he took a fancy to wasn't Shermay but Chu Wanning. That day under the begonia tree, the white-clothed youth was so beautiful that Mo Ran felt that he wouldn't want anyone else to be his master except for this person. But from which moment did everything change? When did the person he cared about become Shermay, and the person he hated became his master? He carefully thought about it these past few months, and then he felt that it should be after that misunderstanding. That was the first time he was punished by Chu Wanning with a willow vine. The 15-year-old youth returned to his bedroom with scars all over his body. He curled up on his bed alone, his throat choked and the corners of his eyes wet. The wound on his back was secondary. What made him sad was his master's cold expression. When Heaven's Inquisition fell, it was like whipping a stray dog, without the slightest bit of mercy. He did steal the begonia in the medicinal garden, but he didn't know how precious that begonia was. He also didn't know how much effort Madame Wang had put in, waiting for 5 years for one to bloom. He only knew that when he returned that night, he saw a white flower lying on the branch. The flower petals were cold, fragrant and faint. He looked up and admired it for a moment, then thought of his master. At that moment he didn't know why, but there was an indescribable throbbing in his heart. It seemed that even his fingertips couldn't help but slightly heat up. Before he could react, he had already carefully plucked the flower. His movements were gentle, afraid that he would touch even a drop of dew on the petals. Through the thick curtain of his eyelashes, he looked at the begonia under the moonlight. He didn't know that at that moment, the tenderness and love he left for Chu Wanning was so pure. In the next 10 years, 20 years until his death, there would be no more. Before he could give the flower to his master, he was bumped into by Shui Meng, who happened to come to pick herbs for his mother. The young master angrily sent him to his master. Chu Wanning looked back, his eyes cold and sharp. He glanced at Mo Ran's face and asked him if he had anything to say. Mo Ran said, "I plucked the flower to give it to." He was still holding the spring sleep begonia in his hand, condensed with frost and dew, indescribably cold and charming. But Chu Wanning's eyes were too cold, so cold that the lava-like heat in his heart cooled down inch by inch. The word "you" could no longer come out of his mouth. He was too familiar with this feeling. Before he returned to the peak of life and death, when he was short and thin, shuttling between Liling and his benefactor, he spent every day with this kind of gaze, that kind of contempt, that kind of disdain. Mo Ran suddenly shivered and shuddered. Could it be that Shizun actually looked down on him? Facing Chu Wanning's cold questioning, Mo Ran only felt his heart turn cold. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I have nothing to say." It was a foregone conclusion. Because of this begonia, Chu Wanning hit him with 40 vines. Until Mo Ran's initial kindness to him was shattered. But at that time, if Mo Ran was willing to explain a little more, if at that time Chu Wanning was willing to ask a little more, then maybe everything would have been different. This pair of master and disciple, maybe they wouldn't have taken the first step into eternal damnation. But there weren't so many ifs. And it was also at this juncture that the warm Shirmei appeared by his side. After returning from Chu Wanning's place, Mo Ran didn't eat. He curled up on the bed and didn't turn on the light. Shirmei pushed open the door and entered, and saw this kind of stiff figure in the dark. He gently put the red oil dragon wok on the table, then walked to the bed and called out in a gentle voice, Mo Ran? At that time, Mo Ran didn't have deep feelings for Shirmei. He didn't even turn his head, his blood-red eyes still staring at the wall. When he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse and heavy. Get out. I'm here to send you. Get out. Mo Ran, don't be like this. Shizun's temper is bad, but it's fine once you get used to it. Get up and eat something. Mo Ran was as stubborn as a donkey that couldn't be dragged back by 10 horses. No, I'm not hungry. You should at least eat something to fill your stomach. If you don't eat, Shizun will be angry when she finds out. Before she could finish her words, Mo Ran suddenly sat up. Her eyes were filled with grievance and anger, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Angry? What was he angry about? My mouth is on my face. What does it have to do with him whether I eat or not? In fact, he didn't want me as a disciple at all. It would be best if I starved to death. Even if I starved to death, Master wouldn't have to worry about me and that would make him happy. Shirmei. He didn't expect that his words would touch Mo Ran's sore spot. For a moment he was at a loss. He could only stare blankly at his junior brother. After a long time, Mo Ran's emotions calmed down. He lowered his head, his long hair covering half of his face. Mo Ran said, Sorry. Shirmei couldn't see his face clearly. He could only see that his shoulders were trembling, his fingers were clenched into fists, and the veins on the back of his hands were pale green. After all, a 15-year-old boy was still too childish. After a while he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He curled up, hugged his knees and buried his head in crying. His voice was broken, hoarse and intermittent. It was filled with madness, confusion, pain and sorrow. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as he repeated the same words over and over again. I just want to have a family. These 15 years I really just want to have a family. Why do you look down on me? Why do you look down on me? Why do you look down on me? Why do you all look down on me? He cried for a long time. Shirmei sat with him for a long time. When Mo Ran was done crying, Shirmei handed him a clean white handkerchief and brought over a bowl of cold red oil. Shirmei said warmly, Don't say things like starving to death. Since you've returned to the peak of life and death and become Shifu's disciple, you're my junior brother. I lost my parents when I was young. If you're willing, you can treat me as your family. Come, let's eat. This bowl of rice was made by me. Even if you don't want to give Shifu face, you should at least give me face, right? Shirmei slightly curved his lips. He scooped up a crystal-clear bowl of rice and brought it to Mo Ran's lips. Have a taste. Mo Ran's eyes were still red. He opened his eyes full of tears and looked at the person beside the bed. He finally let go of his mouth and let the gentle boy feed him the food. In fact, that bowl of rice was already cold. He had also soaked his head, so he missed the best time to eat it. But at that moment, under the candlelight, it was this bowl of food that was delivered from afar. Accompanied by that peerless beauty and gentle face, it was instantly engraved in his heart. In life and in death, it was unforgettable. It was probably from that night onwards. His hatred for Shifu grew deeper and deeper. And it was also from that day onwards that he firmly believed that Shirmei was the most important person in his life. After all, people were greedy for warmth. Especially a stray dog that was frozen to death. When it saw salt, it would shiver. It was afraid of snowflakes floating down. It was afraid of the coming winter. The Emperor Ta looked grand, but only he knew in his heart. In fact, he was really just a stray dog. This stray dog had been looking for a place to curl up and shelter, a place that could be called home. However, he had searched for 15 years and could not find it no matter how hard he tried. So, his love and hate became very simple and laughable. Someone had beaten him with a stick and he hated that person. Someone gave him a bowl of meat soup and he fell in love. He was just a little bit promising. Chapter 60. The ship cast an immortal spell and moved quickly. They arrived at the port of Yangzhou the next morning. There were already immortal envoys waiting for them at the port, and several horses were stationed there. Everyone ate breakfast at the port. The feathermen didn't need to eat, so they sat at the port and closed their eyes to rest. It was just dawn, so there weren't many merchants and pedestrians, but the boatmen were already up. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to eat porridge and steamed buns. They even looked at them curiously from time to time. The burly men in brown clothes sipped their porridge, and sporadic discussions drifted into Mo Rant's ears. Hey, I recognize their clothes. They're from the lower cultivation world. The lower cultivation world is so far away, and they don't interact with the sex here. How do you know? Look at the insignia on their wristbands. Isn't it the same as the one on the god of night? Are you talking about the exorcist's wood armor? Someone glanced at Shuemeng's sleeve and chewed on a pickled vegetable. He exclaimed, "Oh, it's true. Then who made the god of night?" I heard it was made by Elder Yu Hung from the Peak of Life and Death. Who is this Elder Yu Hung? Is he as powerful as our Lone Moon Knight sect master Jiang? I don't know. Who can say for sure about the matters of immortal cultivators? The boatman spoke in heavy tones. Mo Ran and the rest couldn't understand, but Chu Wanning could understand what they were saying. He knew that the god of night he made had been successfully sold among the people, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Thus, he planned to make more light and easy to use wooden oxen and horses when he returned to do some good deeds. Early in the morning, the group of people galloped their horses and arrived in front of Mount Zhouhua in less than 4 hours. It was still early in the morning. The winter sun had just risen high in the sky. 10,000 strands of golden light fell down like fine gauze, soaking the snowy peaks and making them sparkling and translucent. On the foot of the peak, hundreds of green cypresses and pines stood in the frost all year round. They looked like great hermits with their sleeves down and eyes closed, standing quietly on both sides of the mountain path. The mortals at the top of Nine Radiance Peak called it the Otherworld, and it wasn't a lie. The feathermen blew 3 whistles at the foot of the mountain. A golden sparrow with beautiful feathers flew down from the snowy mountain. The crowd followed the golden sparrow's guidance all the way to the west and came to a rapid waterfall. "Immortal monarchs, please step back." The leader of the feathermen stood at the front, his 5 fingers twirling a flower, silently chanting a spell. All of a sudden, she pursed her lips and gently exhaled into the wind. A fire dragon soared into the sky and attacked the waterfall, splitting the water curtain in half. The featherman turned around and said with a smile, "Everyone, please move to the peach blossom spring." They followed the feathermen and passed through the water curtain. After passing through the enchantment, the scene before their eyes suddenly opened up. They saw that this place was vast and boundless. It was actually like another 3,000 feet wide soft red. The peach blossom spring was a grotto heaven that didn't have much to do with the cultivation world. Although it couldn't be compared to the real celestial world and couldn't be compared to the god world, it was still full of spiritual energy. The mountains and rivers in the spring were like freehand ink painting. The colors were elegant and faint. After walking for a while, they realized that the 4 seasons were changing without a fixed number. The group was led by the feathermen. They first passed through the wilderness and saw the surging river and the sound of apes on both sides. When they reached the outskirts of the city, they saw crisscrossing paths and wheat blowing on the ridges of the fields. Finally, they arrived at the city. The pavilions were neat and tidy, and the eaves were high. The main city of Peach Blossom Spring was grand and beautiful. Its city walls were big and well-equipped, and it was different from the prosperity of the mortal world. It was just that the falling flowers and the flying snow danced in the sky, and the jade birds and red-crowned cranes flew together. The feathermen passing by were all handsome and graceful, and they were like peerless fairies that walked leisurely out of a painting. However, although Shuemeng and the rest found such a beautiful scene to be quite novel, they didn't make too much of a fuss because they had already seen the strange scene of the Jincheng pool. When they reached a fork in the road, they saw a featherman wearing a white robe embroidered with golden phoenixes standing beside a towering tree. The flame mark on her forehead was deeper than the others, which meant that her magic power was far above the other feathermen. The immortal envoy who led the way brought everyone in front of her. Then she bent her knees and bowed, saying, "Great immortal master, the 4 immortal monarchs at the peak of life and death have arrived. You've worked hard. You may leave." "Yes." The beautifully dressed featherman smiled slightly, and her voice was as moving as the clear cry of a young phoenix. My name is 18, and I am favored by my family's immortal. I am the great immortal master of the peach blossom spring. I am very fortunate that everyone is willing to give me the honor of coming to cultivate in my humble school. During this period of time, if there is anything wrong with your hospitality, I hope that you will be magnanimous and speak frankly. She was so beautiful and her speech was so polite. She really left a good impression on people. Although Shuemeng didn't like the appearance of a man more than himself, he was at the age where he knew how to appreciate beauty, so he naturally didn't dislike beautiful women. Therefore he smiled and said, Immortal Master is too polite, but the name 18 is really weird. What is your surname? 18 said gently, I don't have a surname, so I am called 18. Mo Ran laughed and said, If you are called 18, then is there someone called 17? He was just joking, but who knew that 18 couldn't help but smile when she heard it. Immortal Master is smart, 17 is my elder sister. Mo Ran, 18 explained. We feathermen were born from the feathers of the vermilion bird deity. When our cultivation is low, we are usually in the shape of a crested ibis. The first one to transform was my family's immortal. The rest of the feathermen were named 1, 2. I am the 18th, so I am called 18. After hearing this, Mo Ran couldn't help but be speechless. He thought that Xue Jingyong's naming was bad enough, but he didn't expect that there was an even worse one, which was to play with counting. But then, 18 told him a piece of news that made him even more furious. Let's talk about serious matters first. Immortal Masters, this is your first time here, so you don't know the cultivation rules of the peach blossom spring. 18 said. Cultivation in the mortal world has been divided by sex for hundreds of years. But it is different here. We feathermen have a clear division of labor. There are those who specialize in defense, those who specialize in attack, and those who specialize in healing. There are a total of 3 types. Your cultivation will also be carried out according to these 3 types. Mo Ran smiled and said, That's good. 18 nodded at him and said, Thank you for agreeing, Immortal Master. You have to know that a few days ago, the cultivators from Loneman's Night also came, but when they heard about this cultivation method, they frowned. Mo Ran said curiously, Defense is defense, attack is attack, and healing is healing. Isn't it good to be so simple and clear? What are they dissatisfied with? 18 said, It's like this. Loneman's Night has a young Master Duan who belongs to the defense category, so he has to stay with the other immortal masters. His senior sister belongs to the attack category, so she has to stay with the other immortal masters. Although I don't really understand the emotions of mortals, I can see that the young master is unwilling to be separated from his senior sister. Aha, so what? Wait, what did you say? Mo Ran was laughing when he suddenly realized something and opened his eyes wide. Not only do people of different attributes have to cultivate separately, they also have to stay separately. 18 didn't know why his expression suddenly changed. She said blankly, Yes. Mo Ran's face turned green. What kind of joke is this? An hour later, Mo Ran, who had failed to bargain with 18, stood in a daze in a spacious courtyard and fell into a long silence. He, Shuemeng, and Xiaxi and I belonged to the attack category, so they were assigned to the east side of the peach blossom spring. The so-called east side didn't refer to a small area, but to the living quarters of the attack immortal masters. There were more than 20 courtyards like this where the 4 of them stayed. There were also mountains, lakes, alleys, streets, and markets. The construction was very similar to the mortal world. It was probably because they knew that they would be staying here for a long time, so they could relieve their homesickness. As for Shuemei, because he belonged to the healing category, he went to the southern part of the peach blossom spring. He was far away from Mo Ran's living quarters, and there was a barrier between them. He had to rely on a token to pass through. This meant that although Mo Ran and Shuemei were in the peach blossom spring together, except for the cultivation method of the feathermen that the immortal masters of the 3 attributes practiced together every day, he didn't have any chance to meet them. This wasn't the worst part. Mo Ran suddenly raised his eyes. Through the curtain of his thick eyelashes, he looked at Shuemeng, who was walking back and forth in the courtyard. It was obvious that he was planning to choose the most comfortable living quarters for himself. The veins on his forehead couldn't help but throb. Shuemeng, that's right. Motherf *Ker, from today onwards, he had to live in the same courtyard as Shuemeng every day. Of the 8 hardships of life, love, separation, and resentment, he might experience them very thoroughly in the coming days. The Feathermen had been chosen from the upper cultivation world to the lower cultivation world, and the peak of life and death was coming to an end. Because of this, the people from the other sex had arrived earlier than them. Xuemeng soon discovered that in the courtyard where they were staying, there was a small house that already had an owner. That's strange. I wonder who's already living here? As Xuemeng spoke, he glanced at the mattress that was drying in the courtyard. Mo Ran said, "No matter who it is, they shouldn't be someone who cares about every little thing." "What do you mean?" Mo Ran said, "Let me ask you, which room did you choose to live in?" Xuemeng's expression became very alert. "What do you want to do?" "I've already chosen a room, the one facing the south is mine. If you want to snatch it from me, I'll—" Before he could figure out what he was going to do, Mo Ran interrupted him with a smile. "I don't like rooms that are too big, so I won't snatch it from you. But I want to ask you if this room is still empty." As he said this, he pointed at the small house that someone had already moved into, then asked, "Are you willing to exchange with him?" Xuemeng first looked at the simple thatched cottage, then glared at Mo Ran. "Do you think I'm stupid? Of course I won't exchange." Mo Ran laughed. "That's why I said that person doesn't care about every little thing. Look, when he came here, all 4 rooms here were empty, but he didn't choose the best one, and only chose this small thatched cottage. If this person isn't a fool, then he's a modest gentleman." This analysis wasn't wrong, but Xuemeng felt like Mo Ran had stabbed him in the face with a knife hidden in his smile. If he was a gentleman and didn't want to live in a good room and chose to sleep in a shabby thatched cottage, then wouldn't Xuemeng be a stingy person? But Mo Ran didn't mention Xuemeng at all, so Xuemeng couldn't scold him and couldn't bear it, so his face turned red. "Anyway, I'm used to living in a good place." Xuemeng held his breath and said with a calm face, "I'm not used to living in a shabby place, so whoever wants to be a gentleman can go ahead. I don't care." When he finished speaking, he left. And so, in this side courtyard, the 4 different rooms all had owners. Xuemeng chose the one in the north with white walls and black tiles and a gilded door. It was the most luxurious room. Mo Ran chose a small stone house on the west side. There was a peach blossom tree at the door, and it was in full bloom. Chu Wanning chose the one in the east with a bamboo building. Under the setting sun, the warm green bamboo was like jade emitting a brilliance. And the one living in the shabby thatched cottage in the south was the gentleman he had never met before. Chu Wanning hadn't recovered from his cold, so he was very dizzy. He went to the bamboo building early to rest. Xuemeng accompanied him for a while, but this little martial brother didn't know how to act spoiled, nor did he like to listen to stories. He just wrapped himself up like a small dumpling and slept by himself. Xuemeng sat on the edge of the bed for a while, but found it boring, so he patted his butt and left. In the courtyard, Mo Ran came out with a chair. He crossed his legs and rested his head on his arms, leisurely watching the golden crow set in the west, and the last rays of the sun peeled away. Seeing Xuemeng come out, he asked, "Is Martial Brother Xia asleep?" "Yes." "Has his fever gone down?" "If you care about him, why don't you go in and take a look yourself?" Mo Ran laughed. "I'm afraid the little guy isn't sleeping well, so I'll be clumsy and wake him up." Xuemeng glanced at him and said, "It's rare for you to have some self-awareness. I thought you'd be like my mother's cats and dogs, enjoying the shade in the courtyard and slacking off." "Haha, how do you know I'm slacking off?" Mo Ran played with a peach blossom between his fingers and looked up with a smile. "While I was sitting in the courtyard, I discovered a big secret." Xuemeng obviously didn't want to ask, but he was curious. After a long time, he still kept a straight face and pretended not to care, muttering, "What big secret?" Mo Ran waved at him and narrowed his eyes. "Come closer. I'll tell you quietly." Xuemeng reluctantly moved his ear closer. Mo Ran came closer and laughed in a low voice. "Haha, you've been fooled, silly Meng Meng." Xuemeng suddenly opened his eyes wide and flew into a rage. He grabbed Mo Ran's collar. "You lied to me? Aren't you childish?" Mo Ran laughed. "How did I lie to you? I really did discover a secret, but I really didn't want to tell you." Xuemeng frowned. "If I believe you again, I'm really an idiot." The two of them played like birds pecking at a dog. Mo Ran was about to say something to make the other even angrier when he suddenly heard a strange voice behind him. He said with some doubt, then said, "Are the two of you new cultivators?" This person's voice was clear and bright. It was much smoother than the voice of an ordinary youth. Mo Ran and Xue Ming both turned around and saw a man dressed in martial arts clothes standing in the red light of the setting sun. The man's facial features were deep, his eyebrows were dark, and his hair was tied up with a black jade crown. His honey-colored face was handsome and spirited. Although his body wasn't tall and big, his posture was very tall and straight, even taller than the pine trees and cypresses. Especially his long legs, which were tightly wrapped by black trousers, looked slender and powerful, straight and heroic. Mo Ran's expression changed in an instant. It was as if the blood and sin of a previous lifetime flashed in front of his eyes. He seemed to see a figure kneeling in the rain of blood. His shoulder blades were pierced, and half of the flesh on his face was torn away. But he would rather die than surrender. His heart trembled, like a drop of crystal clear dew falling on a leaf. Mo Ran didn't know what to feel. If there was anyone he admired in his previous life, then the person in front of him was definitely one of them. So the windswept gentleman who was going to live with them was actually him. Chapter 61. The two brothers stopped messing around and stood up. The person in front of them had a very dignified temperament. Xue Ming was stunned for a while before he reacted. He nodded and said, "That's right. Who are you?" He was used to being willful since he was young. Although Madame Wang had repeatedly taught him etiquette, he did not take it to heart. Thus, when he asked for someone's name, he did not use honorifics and he did not use his own name first. It was very impolite. However, Mo Ran knew that this person would not lower himself to Xue Ming's level. After all, this one is a disciple of the scholarly wind sect, Yi Wangxi. The youth was indeed calm and did not get angry. Under his jet-black eyebrows, his eyes seemed to be quenched with the light of stars, exceptionally bright and sharp. "May I ask what your name is?" "Yi Wangxi." Xue Ming frowned and muttered, "Never heard of him. Not famous." Although his muttering was not loud, if the other person's hearing was not bad, they would definitely hear it. Because of this, Mo Ran secretly pulled on Xue Ming's sleeve, making him restrain himself. Then he restrained the emotions in his eyes and said with a slight smile, "This one is Mo Ran, the pinnacle of life and death. The one beside me is my younger brother, Xue Ming." Xue Ming broke free from his grasp and angrily glared at him. "Don't touch me. Who's your younger brother?" "Ai Xue Ming." Mo Ran sighed. Then his eyes curved as he smiled at Yi Wangxi and said, "My younger brother is naughty and mischievous. Brother Yi has seen a joke." It was not that he suddenly changed his temperament and became polite to Xue Ming. It was because this Yi Wangxi was an outstanding person. Although he was not famous right now, in his previous life, he was the second most powerful expert in the entire cultivation world after Chu Wanning. Only the heavens knew how much Mo Ran had suffered at the hands of Yi Wangxi in his previous life. In this life, Mo Ran didn't want to be enemies with this hero who was as sharp as a blade, and as noble as a bamboo. He didn't want to curry favor with him, but at the very least he didn't want to be enemies with him. Just one Chu Wanning was enough to put him in a terrible fix. If there was another Yi Wangxi, how could he still live comfortably? Yi Wangxi was a man of few words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to his room. As soon as he left, Mo Ran resumed his annoying grin. He elbowed Xue Ming and asked with a smile, "How was it?" "What do you mean?" "This person." Mo Ran asked, "Do you like her? Is she good-looking?" Xue Ming looked at him strangely and scolded, "You're crazy." Mo Ran laughed and said, "The four of us are staying in the same courtyard. In the future we won't be able to see each other. You should be glad that he's the one staying with us." Xue Ming asked curiously, "Judging from your tone, you know him?" Mo Ran obviously couldn't tell the truth, so he joked, "I don't know him. However, I only look at people's faces. I think he's good-looking, so I like him very much." Xue Ming cursed, "Disgusting." Mo Ran laughed, turned around and waved his hand. With his back facing Xue Ming, he made a cursing gesture. Then, he lazily returned to his own stone hut. With a click, he unlatched the door and shut Shueming's cursing outside. The next morning, Mo Ran woke up early. In order to let them familiarize themselves with the life in paradise, the Feathermen specially delayed their cultivation for 3 days. After Mo Ran finished washing up, he saw that Yi Wangxi had already left. The other two had not woken up yet, so he went to stroll on the streets. In the early morning mist, many swordsmen from the immortal sects walked past with light steps, rushing to their respective cultivation places. Mo ran past by a breakfast stall and saw a new pot of water pancakes. He remembered that his junior brother was still sick, so he walked over and said, "Lady boss, I want 8 pancakes and a bowl of sweet porridge. Take them away." The featherman who set up the stall said without raising her head, "Give me 6 feathers. Mo Ran was stunned. 6 what? 6 feathers. Then should I go find a chicken and pluck a few feathers? The featherman looked up and rolled her eyes. You want to eat without feathers? Go go go. Mo Ran was angry and amused at the same time. When he was about to ask in detail, a familiar voice came from behind. A bandaged hand stretched out, holding 6 golden feathers. Lady boss, get the porridge. I'll pay for him. The featherman took the feathers and was too lazy to talk to them. She turned around and packed her breakfast. Mo Ran turned his head to the side and saw Yi Wangxi standing beside him. He was handsome, with a natural air of elegance. Thank you very much. Carrying the piping hot pancakes and sweet porridge, Mo Ran and Yi Wangxi walked and said, "If we didn't meet you today, I'm afraid we would have gone hungry." "It's okay," Yi Wangxi said. "Miss 18 has a bad memory. She always forgets to give the newcomers some feathers. I just happened to pass by. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite." Mo Ran asked, "Do we have to exchange feathers to do business in paradise?" "That's right." "Then where do the feathers come from?" Yi Wangxi said, "Plucked from the ground." "Pluck pluck." Mo Ran was stunned. Did they really pluck the feathers from the birds? Then wouldn't all the birds here be plucked by them? Seeing his shocked expression, Yi Wangxi glanced at him in amusement. "What are you thinking about? There's an ancestral abyss in paradise. It's said that it's the place where the vermilion bird high god ascended. The bottom of the abyss is filled with red true fire. It's unbearably hot. Thus, not a single blade of grass grows around it. None of the beasts can live there." When Mo Ran heard his description, he immediately thought of the blood-red sky when he passed by the outskirts of the city yesterday. He said, "Is that abyss near the north of the city?" "You're right. Then what does it have to do with feathers?" Yi Wangxi said, "It's like this. Although there are no other living creatures near the ancestral abyss, there's a group of angry owls living in the abyss. They use true fire as their nests and come out at night. Their feathers can help the feathermen improve their cultivation." "I see." Mo Ran smiled. "No wonder you want to use feathers to exchange for things." "Yes, but you have to be careful. When they're active at night, their feathers will become the same as those of ordinary owls. Even if you catch them, they'll be useless. Only when the sun rises in the east every day will the thousands of angry owls return to the ancestral abyss. When they're about to enter the abyss, their feathers will turn back to gold. It'll be useful to pluck them then." "Haha. Doesn't that mean you'll be cultivating qigong? If you're not good enough, you'll become barbecued meat if you fall. If you don't pluck them, you'll starve to death." Mo Ran couldn't help but click his tongue. This is really troublesome. Yi Wangxi asked, "Are you not good at qigong?" Mo Ran smiled. "I'm just as..." "That won't do." Yi Wangxi said, "Angry owls move fast and are not inferior to falcons. If you don't cultivate diligently, you'll starve in a few days." This. Seeing that Mo Ran was still in a daze, Yi Wangxi sighed and said, "I've collected a lot of feathers. I don't lack them for now. If the 3 of you need them, you can ask me first." Mo Ran waved his hand and said with a smile, "How can I do that? I'll just take these 6 feathers as a loan. I'll go back to eat first. If I pick the feathers tomorrow, I'll return them to you. Many thanks." After bidding farewell to Yi Wangxi, Mo Ran returned to the side courtyard with the porridge. Shueming's room was empty. He probably had nothing to do after waking up, so he wandered around. Mo Ran then went to Chu Wanning's bamboo house. Chu Wanning had not woken up yet. Mo Ran put the porridge and fried buns on the table. He went to his bedside and lowered his head to look at him. Suddenly, a familiar feeling floated to his heart. The way this little martial brother slept. Why did he look a little like someone? But he couldn't remember who he was thinking of. He only had a vague impression of someone who also looked like this. When lying on the bed, he would always curl up into a ball and use his hand as a pillow. Who was it? While he was in a daze, Chu Wanning woke up. Oh! Chu Wanning turned over and saw the person beside the bed. His eyes suddenly widened. Emo Ran? How many times have I told you to call me senior martial brother? Emo Ran rubbed his hair and then put his hand on his forehead to check his temperature. Your fever has subsided. Come, get up and eat something. Eat. The child on the bed repeated in a daze. His hair was messy, which made his face look even more lovely. Look at how much your senior martial brother dotes on you. I woke up early to buy breakfast. Eat it while it's still hot. Chu Wanning got off the bed in his white underwear and walked to the dining table. There was a fresh lotus leaf on the table. Inside were fried buns with thin skin and crispy bottom. They were sprinkled with green onions and black sesame seeds. There was also a small bowl of longan and osmanthus porridge. It was cooked until it was soft and thick, and it was steaming hot. Elder Yu Hung, who had always been strong, was actually a little uncertain. Is this for me? Huh? Is this all? For me? Emo Ran was stunned for a moment. Yes. He looked at Chu Wanning's hesitant expression and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, hurry up and eat. Otherwise it will get cold. Chu Wanning had been at the peak of life and death for so many years. Although everyone respected him because of his stubborn and cold personality, almost no one was willing to eat with him, let alone get breakfast for him. Sometimes when he saw his disciples taking care of each other, although he was unwilling to admit it, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Therefore, facing this bowl of porridge and a few buns, he was silent for a long time. He couldn't bear to eat them. Emo Ran saw him sitting on the stool and staring at the food in front of him without eating. He thought that it was not to his taste, so he asked, what's wrong? Is it a little oily? Chu Wanning looked back at him and shook his head. He picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of porridge. He blew on it to cool it down and carefully drank a mouthful. If he was the handsome and cold Grandmaster Chu of the past, eating porridge like this would only show that he had good self-restraint and was elegant. But when it was done by a child, it was actually a little clumsy and pitiful. Emo Ran misunderstood and said to him, you don't like longan? Then you can pick it out and throw it aside. It's not a problem. No. Little junior brother's face didn't have much expression, but when he looked at Emo Ran again, his dark eyes were gentle. I like it. Oh haha, that's good. I thought you didn't like it. Chu Wanning lowered his thick eyelashes and repeated softly, I like it. No one has ever treated me like this before. As he spoke, he raised his eyes to look at Emo Ran and said seriously, don't worry. Thank you, senior brother. Emo Ran didn't expect him to say this and couldn't help but be stunned. He wasn't a kind person and he didn't like children. The reason why he was so nice to Xiaxini was because he felt that he had extraordinary skills at such a young age, and was a young man worth befriending. But he had a utilitarian heart, and the other party treated him with sincerity. Emo Ran couldn't help but be a little surprised, but when he heard this little junior brother's words, he felt that it was strange, so he waved his hand to stop Chu Wanning from thanking him. He asked, has no one ever bought you breakfast before? Chu Wanning was expressionless and nodded. Don't the people under Elder Xuanji know how to take care of each other? Chu Wanning said, I don't often get together with them. Then what about before you entered the sect? When you were in the secular world, your parents? Emo Ran stopped halfway through his sentence. His little junior brother was born as pure as snow. Which parent would have the heart to throw him into the mountain to cultivate, and never come to the sect to see him? Presumably, his experience was the same as Shirmei's and his own. As expected, Chu Wanning said calmly, my parents abandoned me, and I didn't have any other relatives, so no one took me in. Emo Ran didn't say anything. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. He thought to himself, I originally wanted to get along well with this child, first because of his high cultivation level, and second because he's quite calm, different from the usual kids who make noises. But I didn't expect him to have the same experience as me. Looking at the shitty in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the bitter years when he was young. A surge of hot blood surged in his chest, and gradually he felt pity and intimacy. Suddenly he said, in the past, no one took you in, but now there will be. Since you call me Shixiang, from now on I'll take good care of you. Chu Wanning didn't seem to expect him to say this, and was a bit surprised. After a while, he slowly smiled and said, You want to take care of me? Yes. From now on you follow me. I'll teach you heart sutras and sword practice. Chu Wanning's smile deepened. You want to teach me heart sutras and sword practice? Mo Ran misunderstood his expression, scratched his head and said, Don't laugh at me. I know your cultivation level is very good. But you're still young. There are a lot of things you still need to learn. Xuanji Elder has a lot of disciples, he definitely won't take care of you. What's wrong with you learning from me? At least I'm a person with a divine martial art. Chu Wanning was silent for a long time, and then said, I've never laughed at you. I think you're very good. If it was before, he would never say such words, but after his body became smaller, it seemed that his temperament also became gentler, as if hiding in the dark, he could finally take off his hard face. Mo Ran, on the other hand, had lived for 2 lifetimes, and this was the first time he was praised as, You're very good. Even though the other person was only a child, it made him feel at a loss and very surprised. He stammered for a long time, and his face, which was always as thick as a city wall, actually turned red. He muttered and repeated, I'm very good, am I very good? Suddenly, he vaguely remembered that when he was young, he really wanted to be a good person. But at that time, his humble but gentle wish was the same as, when I grow up, I want to ask Sister Lee from the rouge shop to be my wife. When I earn enough money, I want to buy sesame seed cakes to eat every day. If in the future I can have 2 pieces of red braised pork in one meal, I won't change it even if I'm an immortal. Later on, it became a memory that was blown away by the wind and scattered snow. Chapter 62. Mo Ran and the others started their cultivation very quickly. Of course, collecting feathers was what he was most passionate about. After all, he didn't really expect to learn too much from these losers from his previous life. Living a good life was the most important thing. Every day at dawn, they went to the Abyss of Ancestors to snatch the golden feathers, then went to Zhurong Cave to meditate. They used the spiritual energy in their bodies to resist the burning sun of Zhurong Cave, and improve their own cultivation. For hours later, they followed the Feathermen to learn the ghost balance method. Another 4 hours later, they fought against each other in the Azura field. Before nightfall, they went to the Peach Blossom Spring to listen to Miss 18 explain the 100 Ghost Spectrum and the art of exorcism. Of course, Mo Ran liked to listen to scriptures at night the most, because that was the only class that gathered the cultivators of the 3 major specializations. He knew that Shimei's lightness kung fu was not good, and worried that he didn't eat enough, so he would give half of the feathers he plucked to Shimei every day. But other than that, it was hard for him to have much interaction with Shimei. On the contrary, he spent every day with Chu Wanning, and the two gradually became inseparable. During this time, Chu Wanning would often sit on the railing of the bridge and blow the leaves, while Mo Ran would sit beside him and listen to the sun rise and set, the clouds rise and fall. Or Chu Wanning would stand by the river and feed the fish, while Mo Ran would stand beside him with an umbrella and watch the koi fish jump around, the blue waves and golden scales. When it rained in the Peach Blossom Spring, Mo Ran would hold Chu Wanning's hand and walk with him along the old cracked bluestone path. An oil paper umbrella was open above the two of them. If the water was deep, Mo Ran would carry his junior brother on his back. With the rain falling, the little guy was very quiet on his shoulder and didn't talk much. But sometimes, when his back was hot and there were small beads of sweat on his forehead, his quiet junior brother would take a handkerchief and silently wipe them for him. The handkerchief was white and plain, with a begonia flower embroidered on the corner. Mo Ran felt that the handkerchief looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But the thought was like a drizzle falling into a deep pool, never to be found again. One day, Chu Wanning was resting in the courtyard. Mo Ran had a sudden impulse to untie his braids and tie them into a high ponytail. Just as she was combing her hair, she suddenly saw Yi Wangxi walking into the courtyard with a hand on his left shoulder. Mo Ran's eyes were sharp. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Brother Yi is injured?" Yes, Yu Wangxi paused for a moment, then said with a frown, "It's just a small injury from sparring, so it's no big deal. It's just that that person is really frivolous and despicable." "How despicable?" Mo Ran stammered in disbelief. "Someone molested you?" Yu Wangxi glared at him with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "What are you thinking?" "Ha ha ha, I was just kidding." Mo Ran laughed awkwardly, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is that person you're talking about?" Yu Wangxi said, "Who else could it be? It's that playboy from Kunlun's Treading in Snow Palace." Upon hearing this description, Mo Ran let out an thinking, could it be him? These days, he often heard some female disciples whispering to each other in the peach blossom spring. They kept saying, "Eldest senior brother," and "eldest senior brother." It was fine if they were young, but just yesterday, he saw a female cultivator in her 40s or 50s standing by the flowers and muttering hysterically, "There is no man in this world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with eldest senior brother. If he can look at me sincerely and talk to me, even if I fall into hell, I will have no resentment." Such an infatuated state made Mo Ran burst out laughing at that time, and he suspected that the eldest senior brother she was talking about was the person he was thinking of. However, there were many cultivators in the peach blossom spring, and they didn't have much contact with each other. He had always only heard of this person's name, but had never seen him in person. He was also embarrassed to gossip with the female disciples, so he couldn't be sure. "Today, I was drinking at the Spirit Lake restaurant in West City," Yu Wangxi said. "That bastard happened to be there too. I saw that he was holding 2 women in his arms, and he was already very licentious, but other people were willing, and it had nothing to do with me, so I couldn't say anything." Mo Ran agreed. "That's true." But later, a female disciple of Lone Moon Knight rushed in from outside. She looked anxious and looked around. Obviously, she was looking for someone. Mo Ran smiled and said, "She's looking for that eldest senior brother, right? You've heard of eldest senior brother too? Haha, then look, even a gentleman like you knows about his dissolute affairs. How can I, a member of the Zhang family and Li family, not know?" Yu Wangxi looked at him silently and said, "That eldest senior brother is really a good-for-nothing. The female cultivator of Lone Moon Knight came to look for him because he exchanged tokens with her a few days ago. He said that he wanted to become Dao companions and never leave each other again." Mo Ran smiled again. "That's something that can't be heard. I guess that eldest senior brother has 17 or 18 tokens of love, all of them the same. Giving a token once to a girl when he's chasing her. I'm afraid it's no different from a pledge of eternal love." Chu Wanning, who had been quietly listening, finally opened his mouth. He glanced at Mo Ran and said, seemingly dissatisfied, "You know about it again." Unexpectedly, Yu Wangxi stood on Mo Ran's side. "Brother Mo is right, that's the truth. That female cultivator secretly admired eldest senior brother, and after hearing what he said, she believed it and gave herself to him that night." Mo Ran said, "Ouch." He hurriedly covered Chu Wanning's ears. Chu Wanning said calmly, "What are you doing? Children shouldn't listen to this, it's not good for cultivation." Chu Wanning. After Mo Ran covered Chu Wanning's ears, his eyes immediately lit up and he asked impatiently, "And then?" Yu Wangxi was a gentleman, but he didn't expect that a despicable person like Mo Ran would simply listen to his indignant narration, as if it was a love story. He said righteously, "And then what?" Eldest senior brother naturally didn't want to admit it, and also didn't want to be entangled with that female cultivator. That female cultivator took out a sword tassel as a token, but unexpectedly, eldest senior brother also had a sword tassel in each of his arms. He said that as long as they were his friends, he would give a sword tassel to accompany them, not to give them to his Dao companion. Tsk, that's really shameless." "That's right." Yu Wangxi said, "I couldn't stand it, so I argued with him." When he said this, his expression changed slightly. After a while he said, "We argued about something unpleasant, so we fought." Mo Ran smiled. "That's how it is." But in his heart he thought, "I'm afraid not. If eldest senior brother was really the person he guessed, then with that person's personality, he definitely wouldn't fight over something like this. Yu Wangxi was probably hiding something from him out of awkwardness. However, since Yu Wangxi wasn't willing to say, Mo Ran naturally wouldn't expose him, so he changed the topic. Then eldest senior brother's skills must be pretty good. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to hurt brother Yi. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but once he did, Yi Wangxi seemed to become even angrier. His pair of pitch-black eyes blazed with anger. Good. What's good about it? Yi Wangxi said angrily, your own magic is mediocre. But you rely on a woman to fight, you're a bastard. Ha ha ha. Hearing him say this, Emo Ran took a closer look. He saw that besides the sword wound on Yi Wangxi's shoulder, there were also 3 or 4 bloody scratches on his cheek. It was obvious that he had been scratched by a woman's fingernails. He couldn't help but laugh. Eldest senior brother really lives up to his name, ha ha ha. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Ever since Yi Wangxi said, we argued about something unpleasant, so we fought. He seemed to be deep in thought. After Yi Wangxi returned to his room to bandage his wounds, Chu Wanning said, Emo Ran? Emo Ran patted his head. Call me senior brother. Chu Wanning said the eldest senior brother he's talking about is Mei Hanshua. Right? Emo Ran smiled. I guess so. Chu Wanning didn't say anything again. He pondered. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes widened. This Yi Wangxi, could it be that he was Be quiet. Emo Ran put his finger to his lips, stopping him from speaking. Then he crouched down, keeping his face level with Chu Wanning. He laughed. You're so young, what are you thinking about? Oh, I've heard that Mei Hanshua is especially unreliable. He's done all kinds of absurd things. I didn't expect that he would even dare to do Confucian Wind sect's disciples. Emo Ran laughed casually. Ha ha, he's quite unreliable. But we don't care about other people's business. Come, senior brother will continue to tie your hair. I saw a pretty hairpin on West Street before. It wasn't expensive, so I bought it. I'll put it on for you to see. Just like how Emo Ran didn't like Chu Wanning's taste, Chu Wanning didn't dare to compliment Emo Ran's taste. Chu Wanning looked at the dazzling golden butterfly hairpin and fell silent. Oh, are you sure this is for me to wear? Yes. Children should use gold and red. Look at how lively they are. Chu Wanning. He was really reluctant, but when he thought about it carefully, this seemed to be the first time Emo Ran had given him a gift. Thus, he kept quiet and let Emo Ran fasten the hairpin to the top of his ponytail with a sullen expression. Golden orchids and butterflies glowed brilliantly on the inky hair. Chu Wanning lowered his eyelashes. Suddenly, he felt that this was also very good. This kind of color, this kind of Emo Ran, this kind of himself, if his body recovered, he would definitely not have this kind of appearance again. This butterfly seemed to have flown in from a dream. White clouds and gray dogs, the sun and moon are like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. According to Miss 18, half a year later, everyone would have to take the Featherman's test one by one to test their cultivation progress. This is everyone's first trial since arriving here. At the gathering, Miss 18 said, the content of the trial is divided into 3 major dangers according to the cultivation method that each of you cultivates. The guards will enter the Blood River realm, the healers will enter the Great Sorrow realm, and the attackers will enter the Azura realm. The above 3 major dangers are the Void realm restored according to the memories left behind when the Ghost realm invaded the human world hundreds of years ago. Everyone will not be in any danger. After solving the crisis of the Void realm, you will return to the Peach Garden. Only 2 people can enter the Void realm trial at a time. In other words, the cultivator can challenge alone. If they want to invite a companion, they can only invite one. The order of the trial is based on the Immortal Envoy's announcement. After the gathering, the trial slowly began. Emo Ran did not know the situation of the guards and healers, but the attackers had tested 6 or 7 people in succession. Fortunately, those people did well. It seemed that this trial was not too difficult. After 10 minutes, it was Emo Ran's turn. The one in charge of the attackers was Miss 18. She smiled and asked, does Immortal Monarch Emo need a companion to go with you? Emo Ran thought for a moment. If I choose a person to go with me, does that mean that he won't have to go through the trial again? Of course. Then I'll take junior brother. Emo Ran pointed at Chu Wanning. He's still young. I'll be worried if he's alone. The bright moon hung in the sky. They followed Miss 18 to a dark cave. The entrance of the cave was shrouded in a thin layer of golden-red smoke. Miss 18 said, "Immortal monarchs, please listen carefully. The scene restored by the Azura realm is the first tragedy of the Ghost realm 200 years ago. At that time, because the barrier was not repaired in time, a large number of ghosts escaped to the human world, killing countless living creatures. This void realm is based on the memories of a survivor in Lin, and the moment you step into the cave, you will arrive at the war-torn Lin and city 200 years ago. Kill the Ghost King leading the army, and the void realm will be broken." Mo Ran glanced at Chu Wanning, then turned to Miss 18 and said with a smile, "Sister Fairy, it doesn't matter if my skin is rough and my flesh is thick, but my junior brother is only 6 years old. Say this sword is heartless. What if it hurts him? You don't have to worry. All the weapons in the void realm won't really hurt the two of you." Miss 18 said, "If the two of you are injured, there will be a spiritual mark. If the mark hits the vital parts, it means that the two of you are seriously injured and die, and the challenge will fail." Only then did Mo Ran feel relieved. He clapped and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Sister Fairy, you're really thoughtful. Thank you very much." Since the worry was eliminated, Mo Ran and Chu Wanning went to the cave to train together. The cave was dark. As soon as they stepped in, their bodies suddenly felt suspended. Then, a blurry scene of colorful lights flashed in front of them. Countless distorted faces converged into a river and floated under them. When the two of them fell to the ground and steadied their feet, they found that they had been teleported to Gulin and, standing at the entrance of the old road on the outskirts of the city. At this time it was noon. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was filled with a strong fishy smell. 200 years ago, the ancient city of Lin, and was filled with the thick stench of blood. It was like a yellowed scroll that had been burned in the flames of war. It slowly unfolded before Mo Ran and Chu Wanning's eyes. Chapter 63. At that time, Lin and city was in the midst of war. Everywhere one looked, there was blood everywhere, and there were broken walls everywhere. Under the corrosive miasma of evil spirits, all the grass in the suburbs withered, and all the trees withered. Before Mo Ran could come back to his senses, he heard a strange noise. He looked up and saw a fresh intestine hanging on the branch of an old pagoda tree not far away. More than 10 black crows were pecking at it. Drops of blood and meat were constantly splashing down. Under the tree, a middle-aged man's body was lying on the ground. His abdomen was torn open by claws. Dirty blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. No one knew whether his eyes were open or closed when he died. His eyeballs had been pecked out. Mo Ran was not unfamiliar with this kind of scene. In his previous life, he moved unhindered in the human world. He had once slaughtered 72 cities of the Confucian Wind School. At that time, blood flowed and corpses were everywhere. It was also a tragic scene. But for some reason, the blood of his previous life made him very happy. Every piece of bone and flesh in his body was screaming wantonly. However, at this moment he suddenly saw a similar tragic scene. A layer of coldness rose in his heart. He felt half an inch of pity. Could it be that he had been pretending to be well-behaved for so long that he had unconsciously changed his nature? While he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. A cloud of dust rose up in front of him. In this kind of chaotic world, those who could ride horses quickly were most likely not good people. Mo Ran immediately pulled Chu Wanning behind him. However, the old road of Lin was empty and there was no place to hide. In the blink of an eye, a group of light cavalry appeared in the vast cloud of dust. When he looked closer, he found that the horses were not strong. Some of them were so hungry that even their ribs could be seen. There were more than 10 people sitting on the backs of the horses, pressing on their heads. Those people were wearing the same white robes with red and white feathers on their heads. Their eyebrows were tied with the double dragon strangulation headband. Although their clothes were not very clean, they were very neat. Although their faces were very thin, they were still hale and hearty. What was even rarer was that each of them had a strong bow and a full quiver of arrows on their backs. In this chaotic world, the two most valuable things were food and weapons. They were obviously not ordinary people. Mo Ran didn't know whether the visitor was good or bad, friend or foe. One of the teenagers, who was about 14 or 15 years old, screamed, "Father! Father!" The young man tumbled down from the horse's back and fell into the mud. He scrambled to his feet and ran towards the tree. He threw himself on the body of the dead middle-aged man and cried, "Father! Father!" The others also showed a pitiful expression, but they had obviously seen too many deaths, so much so that they were somewhat numb. Therefore, other than the youth who was holding the corpse and crying bitterly, there was no one else who dismounted from their horses to console him. Someone noticed Mo Ran and Chu Wanning not far away. He was stunned for a moment and asked in Lin and dialect, "You're not locals, are you?" Mo Ran said, "Yes, we are from Shu." "So far?" The man was shocked. "In this world there are ghosts everywhere at night. How did you survive?" "I know some magic." Mo Ran knew that the more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. Seeing that these people didn't mean any harm, he pulled Chu Wanning out and said, "This is my brother. We passed by here and couldn't walk anymore, so we want to take a break." When the riders saw Chu Wanning, some of them seemed to be stunned for a moment. Two of them even whispered a few words to each other. Mo Ran was alert and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The leading young man said seriously, "If you want to rest, you can rest in the city. Although there are no monsters here now, when night comes, there will be ghosts everywhere." Young man's foster father went out to look for food in the daytime, but there was a rainstorm yesterday, so he didn't have time to come back before dark. You see. He sighed heavily and didn't continue. It turned out that young man was the crying boy, and the dead man under the tree was his foster father. Such things always happened in troubled times. A family member would go out in search of food in the morning and never come back at night. Although this had happened 200 years ago, the boy cried so hard that he almost cried blood. Mo Ran saw it and couldn't help but feel a little bitter in his heart. However, after the slight bitterness, there was a sudden surge of fear in his heart. In his previous life he killed people without spilling blood. Why did he gradually become soft-hearted? He immediately pulled Chu Wanning and said goodbye to the young riders. The leading man said, "When you enter the city of Lin and find a place to stay first. Lin and is about to move the whole city to Putuo. There is abundant spiritual qi there, and it hasn't been attacked by the ghosts for the time being. You are alone, so it's better to go with us." "Move the whole city?" "Yes." Speaking of this, the man's eyes were shining, and his face seemed to be shining. "Thanks to Child Chu's good strategy, all the people in the city can survive. Let's not talk about it. We have to search the suburbs before dark to see if there are any survivors who can be brought back to the city. Alas, young man, let's go. Let's go." He called young man, but young man was still holding the body of her foster father and crying. She didn't look back. Mo Ran sighed, pulled Chu Wanning and whispered, "Let's go. Let's go to the city first." Chu Wanning nodded and suddenly asked, "You said they moved the whole city. Did they succeed?" Mo Ran held his cold little hand and said, "Do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" "Of course the truth. It's better for children to listen to lies." Chu Wanning said, "They didn't succeed." "Yes." Mo Ran said, "You see, you know what the truth is, but you still ask again. It's as if you can change the result by asking me again." Chu Wanning ignored him and continued to ask, "Do you know why they didn't succeed? You ask me again. I'm not an old demon who has lived for 200 years. How can I know?" Chu Wanning didn't say anything. After a while, he said gloomily, "Almost all the people in Lin and city have died in the past 200 years. Mo Ran." Chu Wanning said, "Not many escaped." "No, junior brother, you are so young. How do you know all this?" Chu Wanning rolled his eyes at him. "Elder Yu Heng has talked about it more than once in the old history books. You don't listen in class and instead ask me why I know so much. It's really hateful." Mo Ran was a little speechless. He thought to himself, "I was absent-minded in my Shizun's class. He hasn't even scolded me yet. Why are you scolding me?" But after thinking about it, he didn't want to lower himself to the child's level and let him be happy. The two talked as they walked. Unknowingly, they passed the city gate and came to the main city of Lin. This ancient city, which stood on one side of the Qiantang River, was already fortified and deserted. Exorcism fortifications were all over the walls and the edges of the city. Outside the city, countless corpses were piled up. They were all full of evil ghost curse marks. If these corpses were not dealt with, they would rise at night. The Taoist priests took advantage of the noon sun to come out and spread incense ashes. For those with particularly deep curses, they dipped cinnabar in wine and drew talismans to dispel them. There were 2 guards standing in front of the city gate. They were dressed exactly the same as the group of young people they had just seen outside the city. They were also dressed in white with red edges. They had a double dragon strangulation ring on their foreheads. They had bows on their arms and a quiver full of arrows on their backs. "Thop, who are you?" Mo Ran explained again according to what he had just said. The 2 guards didn't mean to stop people from entering. They just wanted to register. So after recording the 2 of them, they let them in. Before leaving, Mo Ran remembered the Master Chu that the young man on the horse had just mentioned. Since that person said that the migration of Lin and was a good idea of Master Chu, then the key to breaking the virtual array should be this Master Chu. "Sorry, I want to ask you about a person," Mo Ran said. The guard raised his eyes. "You came from Shu. Do you know anyone?" Mo Ran said with a smile. "No, a few soldiers we met on the road just now mentioned a Master Chu. They said that he would take the whole city to Putuwa in 2 days. May I know who this Master Chu is? I know a little about magic. If it's possible, I'd like to help." The guard looked him up and down. Perhaps he felt that Mo Ran should be quite capable since he was able to bring a child all the way here unscathed. So he said, "Young Master Chu is the eldest son of the governor. A month ago, the Ghost King came and the governor unfortunately died. Since then, Master Chu has been leading us to fight against the enemy." "The governor's son?" Mo Ran and Chu Wanning looked at each other. Mo Ran said, "It's strange. Does the governor's son also know magic? What's so strange about it?" The guard glanced at Mo Ran. Only big sects are allowed to cultivate but not ordinary people. There were independent cultivators but they never made a difference. Mo Ran thought to himself, could it be that Master Chu was stupid enough to come up with ideas that harmed the lives of the people in Lin and City? However, as Mo Ran followed the guard's instructions and walked towards the governor's mansion, he immediately realized that he was wrong. That Master Chu, who happened to have the same surname as his master, was obviously not a person with mediocre skills. Because he saw the Shangqing barrier. The Shangqing barrier was a very strong barrier of purifying air. It could block all evil aura within the barrier. As long as this barrier was open, not to mention ordinary ghosts, even a 1,000-year-old malicious spirit would find it difficult to step in. However, the barrier's protective range required the caster to be inside and be the eye of the array. Moreover, the barrier covered a very small area. Even a great master like Chu Wanning could only use the Shangqing barrier to cover half of the peak of life and death. But at this moment, this Master Chu from 200 years ago created a Shangqing barrier that covered a radius of 10 miles around the governor's office. Although it was far inferior to Chu Wanning's, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. The 2 of them walked towards the gate of the governor's office. Mo Ran originally wanted to try his luck and let someone report that there was a cultivator asking for help. He wanted to see if the governor's son would be willing to give him face. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned a corner, he saw 3 long lines in front of the governor's office. 6 female attendants dressed in the same clothes as the guards placed large wooden buckets on the ground. Several hundred old and weak women and children gathered in front of the government office and were receiving porridge as alms. After receiving the porridge, the people came to a begonia tree in front of the office. Under the flowering tree stood a white-clothed man. His long black hair was loosely tied into a bundle. He was distributing talisman paper after talisman paper to everyone and carefully warning them about the things they needed to pay attention to. His back was facing Mo Ran, so his face could not be seen clearly. However, those who received the talisman paper all thanked him gratefully. "Thank you, Master Chu, for your kindness. Thank you, Master Chu, for your kindness." After that, they left. So this is the governor's son? Mo Ran was curious and pulled his junior over to take a look. With just one look, Mo Ran's eyes widened as if he was struck by lightning. Isn't this Chu Wanning? Not only Mo Ran, but even Chu Wanning himself was stunned. Looking from afar, the governor's son had a thin face, sword-like eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and the curve of his nose was very gentle. Even his white clothes were very similar to his own. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran. After being stunned for a long time, Mo Ran said with a trembling voice, "Junior Marshal brother." "Yes." Don't you think this Master Chu looks very similar to someone? Chu Wanning said dryly. He looks like Elder Yu Heng. Mo Ran slapped his thigh, of course. What's going on? Who is this person? What's his relationship with Master? How would I know if you ask me? Weren't you paying attention in class? Mo Ran was very anxious. I won't talk about this in class. Chu Wanning was very angry. The two of them stopped talking and lined up in the queue. They slowly moved forward and stared at the young master without blinking. When they took a closer look, they realized that Master Chu and Chu Wanning did not look the same. This young master's face was more gentle and elegant. His eyes were not as long and narrow, and his pupils were gentler. His gaze was also much gentler than Chu Wanning's. Mo Ran looked at them and suddenly made a sound of surprise. He lowered his head and looked at his junior martial brother. Let me take a good look. What? Chu Wanning couldn't help but feel guilty and turned his face away. When Mo Ran saw that he was dodging, he became even more persistent and reached out to pinch his face, forcing him to turn around. After a while, he suddenly realized something and muttered, "Aya." Chu Wanning forced himself to remain calm. What's wrong? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. No wonder those people whispered to each other when they saw you outside the city. I suddenly realized that you look a little like Master. Chu Wanning hurriedly shook him off, but the tips of his ears turned red. Nonsense. But it's so strange. Why were those guards able to tell at a glance, but I couldn't for a long time? Chu Wanning. Just as he was puzzled, a crisp sound was suddenly heard. A child's voice called out, "Father." Chapter 64. Mo Ran looked in the direction of the sound and saw the answer suddenly appear. The answer was stumbling over the stone steps of the government office. It was a child of 3 or 4 years old. He was holding a small bamboo windmill in his hand and was jumping towards young Master Chu. He was wearing a plain little shirt with a jade collar, a fulu name lock, and a red silk amulet hanging on his chest. He looked like a little junior brother who had shrunk a size. Mo Ran finally knew the reason why those cavalrymen were whispering to each other. He couldn't help but murmur, "Junior brother, you and Master are both from Lin and Master's surname is Chu. Do you think the Chu family more than 200 years ago was your ancestral family? Are you two distant relatives? I think it's very possible." Chu Wanning didn't say anything and stared at the two people. He didn't know his background and couldn't remember clearly what happened when he was young. Could it be that this young Master Chu was really one of his ancestors? While he was thinking, it was Mo Ran's turn in the queue. Young Master Chu raised his eyes and was about to give Mo Ran a talisman. However, when he saw that it was a stranger, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he smiled gently. "Stranger, is this your first time here?" His voice was mellow and elegant, which was different from Chu Wanning's cold and stern voice. Yes. Suddenly there was a person who looked so much like Master and spoke to him so kindly. Mo Ran really couldn't describe how he felt, and was at a loss for a moment. Young Master Prefect smiled slightly. "I'm Chu Sun, may I ask your name?" My surname is Mo, my name is Mo Ran." Where did young Master Mo come from? Far, far away in the middle of Shu. Even if young Master Chu Sun was gentle, Mo Ran still felt that he would be seen through by this person at a glance. Chu Sun was slightly startled and then smiled modestly. "It's really far away." He paused and looked down a few inches. When he saw Chu Wanning standing next to him, a trace of surprise appeared on his elegant face. My name is Xia Xianai," said Chu Wanning. Mo Ran brought him to his side and rubbed his head. He laughed dryly and said, "This is my little brother. He doesn't look like me. He looks like you." Perhaps it was because of the impending battle and the urgency of the situation, Chu Sun had no time to think too much. Or perhaps it was because he was just a character in an illusion, so it was difficult for him to react too strongly to things that did not belong to this illusion. In short, he furrowed his brows and looked at Chu Wanning for a while. Then, he handed the 2 talismans to them with both hands. "You're a guest from afar. Besides, the people don't have any means to make a living. Please accept these 2 talismans. If you don't have any other arrangements, why don't you stay in the city for 2 more days?" "I have heard," Mo Ran said. "Is Gongzi going to take the citizens and move to Putuo? What is this talisman for?" This talisman paper is a soul annihilation talisman. Shizun explained, when worn, it can conceal the aura of a living person. Ran immediately understood. I know. If the aura of a living person is sealed, the ghosts will not be able to detect whether the other party is dead or alive. In this way, even if we walk in front of the ghosts, they will be confused and won't know what to do. Shizun smiled. Exactly. Seeing that he was busy, Ran did not ask more. So he thanked Shizun and took his little brother to the side. The two sat by the wall. Ran turned his face and saw that his little brother was holding the talisman paper in a daze. He asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I am thinking that this is indeed a good idea." Chu Wanning thought quietly, "But I don't know why they didn't succeed in the end." "It's not written in the book." Chu Wanning said, "The disaster 200 years ago was recorded in the most detail in Lin, and collection of annotations. But there are only a few lines." "What does the book say?" Ran asked. Linen was besieged, and the scene in the city was unknown. When the rebel army broke out of the siege, they saw corpses lying on the road, and 9 out of 10 houses were empty. The governor's office had 100 people and 740 families, all dead. Ran said, "The cause of death was not written? There is no record." At that time Lin and city was besieged, and very few people survived. Later, a few lucky survivors were rescued by the Feathermen, but the Feathermen are usually not involved in the affairs of the world, and their thoughts are different from that of mortals. In their eyes, the truth is not important. Even if they know, they will not tell the world for no reason. Chu Wanning paused and continued, however, "Since they are going to leave in 2 days, we will see what happened at that time very soon. Why don't we walk around, maybe we can find some clues." The two put away the soul annihilation talisman and were about to leave. Suddenly, they heard a series of footsteps, and then Chu Wanning's sleeve was pulled. "Little brother." Chu Wanning turned around and it turned out to be the little boy who looked like him. The little boy was very young, and said in a childish voice, "Little brother, father said that you have no place to stay here. If you don't mind, you can stay in our house tonight." This? Chu Wanning and Ran looked at each other. Ran asked, "Is it convenient? Your father is already so busy." "It's okay." The little boy showed a warm smile. "There are already many people who have no place to stay at home, and we all live together. With father here, there is no need to be afraid at night. There are no ghosts." His words were not coherent, but they were simple and warm, which made people feel sorry for him. Ran said, "Okay. Then we will disturb you tonight. Thank you, little brother." You don't have to thank me, you don't have to thank me." Seeing him skip and run away, Ran pulled Chu Wanning's hand and said, "Hey, I'm serious. I know what you want to say, so shut up." "Ha ha ha. How do you know?" Ran smiled and rubbed his hair. "When we return to the mountain, I will ask Shizun. One of you looks like the older one and the other looks like the younger one. I won't believe that you are not related to Prefect Chu." Chu Wanning said, "So what if we are related by blood?" Chu Wanning looked at the father and son under the tree, and then said calmly, "Anyway, it was 200 years ago. They are all dead." After saying this, he turned and left. Ran stayed in place for a while, and then ran after him muttering, "Hey, you are such a child. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? So what if they are dead, they are still ancestors? If it were me, I would definitely go back and build a shrine for them, make a 9-foot-tall golden statue, and wear incense and jewelry so that the incense will not stop every year. I am still counting on the ancestors to protect me." Hey, don't walk so fast." The two of them walked around the city and found that every family was collecting rice straw and making scarecrows. After asking, they found out that this was what young Master Shizun ordered the citizens to do. Regardless of age, every citizen in the city needed a scarecrow. The scarecrow was wrapped in paper and dripped with the person's blood. It was made into a so-called fake puppet. This principle was like the river god wanting to eat human heads, so someone made steamed buns, wrapped them with meat stuffing, and threw them into the river to worship the river god. Some ghosts and deities were not smart because of their roots. Just a little trick could fool them. For example, the ghost MC that Chu Wanning and the others had come into contact with before had a brain of mud, and was extremely easy to fool. It seemed that Shizun had made at least 2 preparations for the citizens. The first was the soul destruction talisman, so that they would not be discovered by the ghosts during the escape. The second was the scarecrow puppets, because once the ghosts and deities found out that the citizens in the city had suddenly disappeared, they would be extremely agitated. Leaving behind the puppets as cover could temporarily stabilize them and buy time for the migration. But the more it was like this, the more doubts Mo Ran and Chu Wanning had. Why did young Master Chu Sun's arrangements go to waste when he had already made such detailed arrangements? With such doubts in mind, they returned to the governor's office. At this time the sky was already dark. Many people who lived far away were unwilling to go home, so they brought their families and blankets to the Shangqing barrier to spend the night. The governor's office did not close the doors at night. Only the white-clothed guards that they saw during the day were left to patrol the surroundings. When Mo Ran and the rest arrived, there were no empty rooms in the manor. Everywhere was crowded with people. At least 3 or 4 families were huddled in a wing. There was no place to stand. In the end, the two of them could only choose a corridor to rest. There was definitely no bedding, so Mo Ran asked the guards for some straw, laid it on the ground and carried Chu Wanning up. "I'll have to trouble you to sleep here tonight." Chu Wanning said, "It's pretty good." "Is it?" Mo Ran laughed, "I think so too." He lay down beside Chu Wanning, stretched, and then put his arms behind his head, looking at the clear ceiling of the corridor. "Shitty, look at those birds. Their ability to create dreams is not bad. Although this dream is based on the memories of the lucky survivors, it can be so detailed that even the wood grains on the ceiling are so clear. It's also rare." Chu Wanning said, "Feathermen are half immortals after all. Although their mana has not reached the peak, they still have some abilities that mortals cannot achieve." "That's true." Mo Ran blinked, turned around, supported his head with his hand and looked at Chu Wanning. "I can't sleep?" Chu Wanning glanced at him. "Then I'll tell you a story to cheer you up." He was just joking. Who knew that Mo Ran's skin was so thick? He laughed. All right. "Shitty, tell me the story of the 7 fairies in Dong Yong." Chu Wanning did not expect him to take it seriously. He was stunned, then turned his face away resentfully. "You're dreaming. You're already so old, don't you think it's embarrassing?" Mo Ran laughed. "Then you see, actually people will always think about what they can't get. This has nothing to do with age. When I was young, no one told me stories to cheer me up, so I kept thinking, how good it would be if there was someone who could cheer me up. After that, no one appeared and I grew up, so I stopped thinking about it. But I still think about it in my heart." Chu Wanning, "No one told you stories when you were young, right?" "Yes." "Haha, so you actually don't know how to tell the story of Dong Yong and the 7 fairies, right?" Chu Wanning, "What's there to say about this kind of decadent story? You don't know how to tell it. Don't say anything decadent. When you grow up like this, you'll definitely be like my Shizun, a very boring person. No one will want to talk to you." Chu Wanning said angrily, "Fine, don't talk to me, I'm going to sleep." After saying that, he lay down and closed his eyes. Mo Ran rolled around in laughter until he reached Chu Wanning's side. He looked at his little junior brother's closed eyes. His long black eyelashes were very cute, so he reached out and pinched his face. "You're really asleep?" "I'm asleep." "Haha." Mo Ran laughed. "Then go to sleep, I'll tell you a story." "You can tell stories?" "Yes, just like how you can talk in your sleep." Chu Wanning shut up. Mo Ran lay down beside him, the two of them using the straw as pillows, their heads very close together. Mo Ran laughed for a while, but when he saw that his junior brother was ignoring him, he gradually stopped laughing so exaggeratedly, but his eyes were still curved, looking at the corridor ceiling, the rough smell of rice at the tip of his nose from time to time, and his voice was calm and peaceful. "The story I'm going to tell you is made up by myself. In the past, no one told me a story to cheer me up, so I was very envious, but I had no choice. Every day when I lay in bed, I would tell myself a story to listen to. The one I'm going to tell you is my favorite. I gave it a name, Cows Eat Grass." Chapter 65. Mo Ran smiled and continued, "A long time ago, there was a child." Chu Wanning closed his eyes. "Wasn't it a cow eating grass? How could it be a child?" "Let me finish first," Mo Ran said with a smile. "There was once a child who was very poor. He didn't have parents and worked as a child laborer in a landlord's house. He had to wash dishes, wash clothes, and mop the floor. He also had to herd cows. The landlord gave him 3 pancakes to eat every day. The child was very satisfied with being able to fill his stomach. One day, as usual, he went out to herd cows. On the way, he encountered a vicious dog that bit the cow's leg. Because of this, the child was beaten by the landlord. After the landlord beat him, he told him to kill the vicious dog to vent his anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't give the child any pancakes to eat. The child was very scared and could only follow the instructions and kill the dog and bring it back. However, when he returned home, the landlord discovered that the dog that had bitten his own cow was actually the county magistrate's beloved dog. Chu Wanning opened his eyes. Then what should he do? What else could he do? That dog was the county magistrate's favorite dog. It was used to throwing its weight around because of its master's influence. Who would have thought that it would be beaten to death so carelessly? If the county magistrate found out, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Thus, the more the landlord thought about it, the angrier he became. He still didn't give the child any pancakes to eat, and even threatened to send him away if the county magistrate came looking for him. Chu Wanning. What kind of nonsense is this? It's not reasonable at all. I'm not listening anymore. There are many things that are unreasonable to begin with. Mo Ran smiled. It's just a competition of who has more money, who has harder fists, and who has a higher position. The next day, the county magistrate came looking for the child. The child was sent away. Because he was too young, the county magistrate didn't want to lock him up. He ruthlessly beat him 10 times with the rod and then let him out. Chu Wanning asked, "Did the child run away after he was released?" Mo Ran said, "Haha, he didn't run away." The child went back to the landlord's house. After he recovered, he continued to herd cows for them. He still ate 3 pancakes every day. Isn't he angry? He won't be angry as long as he's full, Mo Ran said. So what if he gets beaten up? Let bygones be bygones. They lived together peacefully for more than 10 years. Eventually the cowherd boy grew up. The landlord's son was of the same age as him. One day, the landlord had several distinguished guests. The landlord's son saw that one of the guests had a very beautiful agate snuff bottle. He liked it very much, so he stole it. That snuff bottle was passed down from generation to generation and is very precious. The guest panicked and looked for his things all over the house. When the landlord's son saw that he could not conceal it any longer, he put the snuff box in the hands of the cowherd and told him that if he dared to tell the truth, he would not be given any more food and would starve to death. When Chu Wanning heard this, he was speechless. He thought that although Mo Ran had led a wandering life since he was young and lost his only child, he still grew up in the Yufu. His mother was also the housekeeper of the Yufu. Although his life was not happy, it was not miserable. Why did he have to make up such a gloomy and dark story? Mo Ran said with relish. The snuff box was quickly found. In order to eat, the cowherd boy could only brace himself and confess. What awaited him was naturally another round of beating. This time they beat him until he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. When the landlord's son escaped, he secretly gave the cowherd a steamed bun with streaky pork. The child wolfed it down and no longer hated the person who harmed him. Because he had never tasted such delicious food before. He held the steamed bun and kept saying to the landlord's son, "Thank you, thank you. I don't want to hear it anymore." Chu Wanning was really angry this time. Why don't you hate? You don't hate a steamed bun? Thank you, what is there to thank? No. Mo Ran blinked innocently. You didn't hear it carefully. How did I not hear it carefully? Mo Ran said seriously. That was a steamed bun with streaky pork. Chu Wanning. Haha. Look at your expression. You don't understand. That child usually only eats 1 or 2 pieces of fatty meat on New Year's Eve. He originally thought that he would never know the taste of 5-flour sandwiched pork until he died. So of course he had to thank him. Seeing that his junior brother was speechless, Mo Ran smiled brilliantly and continued, "Anyway, this matter is over." He still took his 3 steamed buns and lived his life day by day. One day, Chu Wanning finally understood Mo Ran's way of telling stories. As long as one day appeared, it was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, Mo Ran said. One day, the landlord's son committed another crime. This time, he molested a girl next door in the mill, and it was coincidentally seen by that unlucky cowherd boy. Chu Wanning. Don't tell me that child is going to be the scapegoat again? Oh. Emoran smiled. That's how it is. Congratulations, you can tell stories too. Oh. I'm going to sleep. Don't, it'll be over soon. Emoran said. This is the first time I'm telling a story to someone. Just do me the honor. Chu Wanning. This time the cowherd boy is definitely going to be the scapegoat. Because the girl couldn't bear the humiliation. She committed suicide by hitting the wall. But the cowherd boy isn't stupid. If someone dies, they have to pay with their life. He can't pay with his life for the landlord's son. Emoran said. He wasn't willing, so the landlord's son locked him and the dead girl in the mill, and then ran to report it to the authorities. This cowherd boy has a bad record. When he was young, he killed the county magistrate's dog for no reason. Then he stole a guest's snuff bottle. This time he even molested a girl. Of course, his crime was unforgivable. No one was willing to listen to his excuses. He was caught red-handed. Chu Wanning's eyes widened. Oh, and then he stayed in prison for a few months. In the autumn, he was sentenced to death and sent to the execution platform in the suburbs to be hanged. He followed the execution team and walked in the fields. Suddenly he saw someone killing a cow not far from him. He could tell at a glance that the cow was the one he had released when he was young. It was already old and didn't have the strength to work in the fields. But even an old cow needs to eat grass. If it only eats grass and doesn't work, how could the landlord be willing to raise it? It had worked for them all its life. In the end they had to kill it and eat its meat. Saying such a cruel thing, Emoran didn't feel sad. He smiled and said, but the cowherd boy grew up riding on the cow's back. He whispered to it a lot, fed it cow grass, hugged its neck and cried when he felt wronged. He treated it as his only family in the world. So he knelt down and begged the jailer to let him say goodbye to the old cow. But the jailer naturally didn't believe that there would be any feelings between humans and animals. He thought that he was being crafty and didn't allow it. Oh, and then? Then the cowherd boy was hanged to death. The cow was also killed. The blood flowed all over the ground. The people who were watching the show coldly dispersed. The landlord ate beef that night, but the beef was too tough and always got stuck between his teeth. They ate a little but didn't like it, so they threw it away. Chu Wanning. Emoran turned over and looked at him with a smile. I'm done. Was it good? Chu Wanning said, get lost. The first time I made it up for myself I cried. You're so hard-hearted you don't even cry. It's your bad storytelling. Emoran laughed and put an arm around his junior brother's shoulder. He stroked his hair. That can't be helped. Your senior brother only has this much ability. Alright, the story is over. Let's go to sleep. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. After a long time, he suddenly asked Emoran, call me senior brother. Why do you call it a cow eating grass? Because people and cows are the same. They all need to eat. In order to eat, they have to do many things. If one day you can't do them, no one will want you to live. Chu Wanning didn't say anything again. The courtyard was filled with the soft sounds of people seeking refuge. Occasionally, one or two ominous ghost howls could be heard from outside the barrier. Emoran. Aya, you don't know anything. Call me senior brother. Chu Wanning ignored him and asked, is there really such a child? No. Emoran was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled. His deep dimples were very pretty. He rubbed the little fellow into his arms and said gently, of course it's just a story to fool you. Be good, go to sleep. Who knew that after a while, they suddenly heard a commotion in the courtyard. Someone shouted angrily, look for the young master, look for the young master. The young master is busy. How can he have time to care about you? Get that corpse out of here. Do you know that people with blue spots on their bodies need to be revived? Do you want to kill us? This voice was like a clap of thunder in the dark night. As soon as they heard the words raise the corpse, everyone suddenly exploded. For a moment, those who were asleep all sat up with a grunt and looked in the direction of the noise. Emoran hit his junior brother behind him. He looked and frowned. He whispered him, is it that person from noon? The one who was kneeling on the ground and being scolded was the young man named Young Man from Noon. He was still wearing the clothes he wore during the day, But his spirit was completely different. His entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. He only hugged his foster father's corpse tightly. The corpse's fingernails had grown a lot, which was a sign that a corpse was about to be revived. When the others saw this, they all retreated. The steward of the administration office was scolding him sternly. "Your father is my colleague. I also feel bad that he was killed. But what can I do? You were the one who said you were hungry last night, so he ran out to find food for you. You tired your father to death. And now you want to tire us out?" Young man knelt on the ground. His hair was messy and his eyes were red. No, I'm not. Father. I beg you, let me see the young master. The young master has a way to prevent my father from being revived. I want to bury my father properly. Please don't dismember him." When he said the word dismember, he was choked with sobs. He buried his face in his palms and rubbed his hands. His lips trembled. "I beg you. Let me wait for the young master to come back. It's almost midnight. The young master is outside. How can he take care of you? You know that normal corpses can be purified. But your father's blue spot and fingernails have changed. How can he survive until the young master comes back?" "No. It's okay, Uncle Lou. I beg you, I'll be your slave. I'll find a way to repay you in the future. Please don't touch my father. I beg you. I beg you." Seeing him begging like this, the middle-aged steward sighed. His eyes were red, but he still said, "Sigh, do you know that you're killing all of us? Guards." No. But it was too late. No one would help him. Everyone knew that if this corpse was left, it would become an evil spirit at midnight. Young man's foster father's corpse was forcibly dragged away to be dismembered outside. Young man was restrained by several people on her left and right. Blood and tears ran down her cheeks. Her face was dirty, and she kept making beast-like roars. In the end, she was half dragged and half carried away. After such a disturbance, the yard gradually calmed down after a small discussion. Chu Wanning didn't sleep. He lowered his head and pondered. Mo Ran looked at his junior brother and asked, "What are you thinking about? This man lost his family and did such a foolish thing. His foster father's body was taken away, so it's inevitable that he resents others. I have an uncertain guess. I wonder if the failure of Lin An's migration is because of him." Mo Ran clapped his hands and said, "I think so too." Chu Wanning shook his head. "But it's too early to jump to conclusions. Pay attention to him first." Chapter 66. The next day, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Chu Sun had already sent people to count the number of scarecrows in the city, to see if there were enough scarecrows. Every household had also begun to pack some of the meager belongings, preparing to leave the city for Mount Putua the next morning under Chu Sun's arrangement to take refuge. Mo Ran sat at the entrance of the government office, looking at the people coming and going. He sighed and said, Chu Sun's arrangement was very thorough. If no one leaked the information with the intelligence of a normal ghost, it would be difficult to quickly distinguish that the people left in the city were all puppets. Seems that there really was a leak. Shitty, what do you think? No one responded. Hey, Shitty? Mo Ran turned his head. Unknowingly, his youngest Shitty had walked to the side to look at the cavalry that was ready to set off. Instead, it was young Master Chu's son who silently came to his side and sat with his chin resting on his hand. Big brother. Mo Ran was startled by his sudden appearance. What's wrong? The little guy pointed at an old tree next to him, on which a kite was hanging. He said with a lisp, Mother left it for me. It flew up and I can't get it down. Big brother, can you help me? Of course. Mo Ran floated to the top of the tree with his lightness skill. He picked up the butterfly kite and steadily landed back on the ground. He handed the kite to the little guy and said with a smile, Hold it well, don't lose it again. The little guy nodded in confusion. Mo Ran saw him wandering around alone, and thought that Chu Sun didn't have time to take care of his son. He asked him, Where's your mother? There are a lot of people here, I'll take you to your mother. Mother is at the back of the mountain. Mo Ran asked curiously, What are you doing at the back of the mountain? Sleeping. The little guy opened his round eyes and said softly, Mother always sleeps there. She blossoms in the spring, so father often takes me to see her. Mo Ran let out a soft "ah" and was speechless for a moment. On the other hand, the little girl didn't seem to care at all. It seemed that because she was still young, she didn't understand the so-called life and death. She happily played with the kite in her hand. Then she raised her head and looked at Mo Ran. Suddenly she moved closer and said in a crisp voice, "Big brother, thank you. I'll give you. I have something to give you." As he spoke, he began to rummage in his pocket. He rummaged and rummaged until he pulled out a small piece of pastry wrapped in a reed leaf. These days, everyone in Lin and City was starving and could not eat their fill. He wondered how this little thing could save such a snack. He broke the pastry into 2 halves, keeping the big one and giving the small one to Mo Ran. "Big brother, you eat. Sure, don't tell anyone, I don't have more." Just as Mo Ran was about to reach out to take it, the little guy suddenly changed his mind. After thinking for a while, he took back the small piece and handed the big one to him. "It's delicious. There's red bean paste." This small action made Mo Ran's heart suddenly feel warm and sour. He had always been used to others treating him badly, so he didn't know how to deal with sudden good things. He reached out to take the flour cake and murmured thanks. The little guy seemed very happy because of this. He raised his face and smiled brightly. His black eyelashes curled gently. Mo Ran took the flour cake. He was reluctant to eat it, so he went to the side and picked a piece of pine leaf. He wrapped the flour cake and put it in his clothes. He wanted to say a few more words to the little guy, but after all, a child was a child. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. He had already turned around and jumped away. At this time, Chu Wanning came over. Seeing Mo Ran standing there in a daze, he slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Ran looked at the back of the little guy and sighed. "I'm thinking, why did so many people suddenly die?" At night, the sky was covered with dark clouds. From time to time, blue and purple thunder tore the sky. In the second half of the night, the wind was blowing and the rain was coming. The rain was of the Yin attribute, which would make the power of the ghosts stronger. So that night, Chu Sun asked all the survivors of Lin, and to gather near the governor's office and not to step out of the enchantment of Shangqing. Because of the heavy rain, many places where people could barely sleep were ruined. At first, Mo Ran could keep track of young man's whereabouts, but as more and more people crowded in to take shelter from the rain, young man disappeared. Mo Ran whispered, "Not good." Chu Wanning was small, so he immediately said, "I'll go and see." After saying that, he hid in the crowd. He was immediately squeezed by the dense crowd and couldn't see his back. After a while, Chu Wanning came back. His eyes were gloomy, and he said coldly, "She escaped." "Out of the enchantment?" "Yes." Mo Ran didn't speak. He looked at the pouring rain outside and the people of the governor's office who were busy in the rain. These were just illusions from 200 years ago. Everything had become a fact. But suddenly he felt a little sad. The women and children around him were full of hope, thinking that after dawn, Chu Sun would take them away from this ghost town and take refuge in Putua. In the heavy rain, the guards in white and red hoods were wholeheartedly making the last defense for the migration when dawn came. They didn't know that they wouldn't live long. It was late at night, and the noisy people were sleeping on each other's pillows. However, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran were not sleepy at all. What they needed to do was to kill the Ghost King as soon as it appeared. Since young man had run out of the enchantment, the change must be tonight. Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning and said, "You sleep. I'll wake you up if something happens." Chu Wanning said, "I'm not sleepy." Mo Ran stroked his hair. "Then eat something. You haven't eaten since you came here." The word "not hungry" was replaced by the action of swallowing silently when he saw the flour cake Mo Ran took out. Mo Ran handed the cake to him. "You eat it." Chu Wanning took the cake and broke it in half. He gave the big one to Mo Ran and held the small one himself. Mo Ran looked at his actions blankly. No one knew what he was thinking. After taking a bite of the cake, Chu Wanning suddenly murmured and then asked, "Did you buy this in the Peach Blossom Spring? Why is the taste different from before?" "What's wrong? The osmanthus fragrance is so strong." Mo Ran smiled bitterly. "Really? Chu Sun's son gave it to me. It's probably the flavor of Lin and..." "It's indeed the flavor of Lin, Chu Wanning silently took a second bite, but when he opened his mouth a little, he suddenly froze, as if he suddenly realized something. The blood on his face suddenly faded. Something's wrong. Chu Wanning suddenly got up. His eyes were wide open, and his face was extremely ugly. Emoran didn't know what was wrong. What's wrong? Chu Wanning did not reply. Instead, she stood up and walked into the courtyard. Braving the heavy rain, she looked around. Then she picked up a sharp stone and made a deep cut on her arm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Emoran hurriedly pulled him. Are you crazy? Chu Wanning stared at the meandering bloodstains on his arm for a while. Then he suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with lightning and were extremely fierce. Don't you know what happened? He said sternly. Someone wants to harm us. Blood kept flowing down his arm, and was washed into a light pink by the rain. In the pouring rain, Chu Wanning's face was pale and stern. His dark eyebrows were deeply furrowed. The raindrops closed tightly, making him wet all over. With a boom, thunder broke through the sky. In an instant, the dark night was illuminated as if it was daytime. Emoran also suddenly reacted in this thunder, and couldn't help but take a step back. He also knew what was wrong. The so-called virtual world, no matter how real the things inside were all fake. Pastries couldn't really have taste, and sharp weapons couldn't really hurt people. In a word, the things in the virtual world couldn't have any effect on them. Someone made the virtual world real, Chu Wanning said softly. The virtual world was a very difficult spell to perform. It was also called the Way of Illusion and Reality. The one who was best at this spell was the Lone Moon Knight of the 10 Great Sects. This sect's motto was to help the world, to heal the heart with divine hands. The latter part of the sentence meant that some of them specialized in the way of illusion and reality, and made a virtual world real. There were many people in the world who couldn't accept the death of their relatives, but through the way of illusion and reality, they could make a virtual world where the dead lived and accompanied the living. However, because this kind of virtual world was very difficult to control, usually only a short scene could be made. For example, drinking with an old friend, sleeping together, and so on, at most one thing. However, this virtual world made by the Feathermen was huge and vast. It lasted for a long time and involved a lot of things. To make all of this real, even the sect leader of the Lone Moon Knight might not be able to do it. Emoran immediately thought of a person. He thought to himself, could it be the fake North Star at Jinchenghu? However, before he could think further, he suddenly heard a strange explosion in the sky. Those who were sleeping woke up like frightened birds. They opened their frightened and haggard eyes and looked around. Then they saw the sky. After a moment of dead silence, the screams exploded like water splashing in boiling oil. Everyone ran in all directions, but they realized that there was nowhere to go. There were screams everywhere. A crack appeared in the sky, and a huge blood-red ghost's eye was glaring at the top of the barrier. The eye was so close that it was almost touching the opening of the barrier. A murky and cold voice rumbled, Shizun, how dare you? You're just a mortal and you want to fool me. Emoran muttered, it's the Ghost King. There were 9 kings in the ghost world, and their mana was very different. At this time he had not appeared, so it was unknown which king it was. There was only that bloody eyeball in the sky, staring at the mansion below. You're overestimating yourself, ridiculous. Ridiculous mortals, you want to save them? I might not have killed everyone in the city, but since you want to go against me, I'll kill everyone in the city. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive. Following a scream, a blinding red light burst out from the center of the ghost's eye, slashing towards the Shangqing barrier. In an instant the sky changed color and gold and red met. Sand and stones flew in the storm, and the trees in the courtyard were destroyed. The people under the barrier were in a mess, crying and wailing. The Shangqing enchantment withstood the first attack, but then another ray of red light struck down, striking the same spot again. The enchantment withstood the heavy machine again, but this time there were cracks appearing. You're overestimating yourself. How hateful! Beams of red light hit the barrier one after another, bursting into clusters of sparks. Seeing that the barrier was about to crack, Chu Wanning knew that it was not good. Since this virtual world had been solidified, the opponent's attack was no different from the attack in the real world. If the attack landed, he and Emoran would most likely die in the emptiness realm. Chu Wanning thought, and the golden light was already shining between his fingers. If he used his big move now, his identity would be seen through by Mo Ran, but there was no other way. He was about to summon Tianwen to end the battle quickly. Suddenly a colorful light pierced through the sky like a sharp arrow, piercing through the clouds and piercing the gap of the barrier. Everyone looked back and saw Shizun walking in the rain from the roof beam. He held a phoenix-headed Kongho in his arm, and his fingertips plucked the strings of the Kongho. The sound of the zither was sharp, like the cracking of metal and stone. Beams of light were drawn out and gathered in the sky. In an instant, the Shangqing barrier that was in danger was re-strengthened. "It's the young master! Young master!" The people below shouted and some were crying with joy. Shizun fought against the Ghost King's eye technique, and he was not at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves, and the Ghost King could not even get close to the barrier. The cold voice in the air became gloomier. "Shizun, with your ability, no one can hurt you if you run for your life. Why are you meddling in other people's business and making an enemy of the ghost world? You want to hurt the people of Lin and City. How is that meddling in other people's business? Ridiculous. Ghosts usually eat the souls of living people. My clan eats souls just like you eat meat and vegetables. What's the difference? When you're dead, you'll see it clearly." Shizun answered naturally, and the sound of the zither did not stop. "Then let's see if you have the ability to take my head." As he spoke, the sound of the zither became more urgent and louder. In the end, it was a dragon light that shone through the sky and pierced the ferocious bloody eye in the rainy night. Ah! The mournful and terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. The eye was burned by Shizun's technique, and smelly blood splashed everywhere. In an instant the sky was filled with blood, and the ghosts were crying. Under the anger of the other party, a beam of light that was several times stronger than before slashed horizontally in the bloody rain. Shizun shook his sleeve to block, but this blow was the Ghost King's violent attack. Under the confrontation between the two sides, Shizun was shaken by the wave of air and stagnated. "Young master!" Crack! There's a crack! The barrier is going to break. Mother, mother! Everyone in the porridge was in a state of panic. Some relatives cried and hugged each other, while others curled up in a corner and shivered. Shizun gritted his teeth, and his eyes were like torches, but he was unwilling to give up so easily. In the difficult stalemate, a ray of light suddenly lit up on his left and right. He glanced sideways and saw that Mo Ran and Chu Wanning had already moved forward. The golden light and the red light surged and merged with him, sealing the barrier again. A ferocious roar came from the sky. The ghost eye disappeared. The three of them landed on the ground. The smelly blood in the sky continued to fall for a while, and then slowly turned back into transparent rain. Shizun's face was pale, and he bowed to Mo Ran and Chu Wanning. "Thank you for your help." "You're welcome." Mo Ran waved his hand. "You should rest, you don't look good." Shizun nodded. He had indeed used up a lot of his mana, so Mo Ran helped him to the corridor to rest. The panicked people saw that young Master Chu had repaired the hole and saved them. They were all very grateful. They all gathered around, and some even handed him water and put on his clothes. Someone said, "Young Master Chu, your clothes are soaked. Why don't you go to the fire and dry yourself?" Shizun thanked them one by one, but because he was too tired, he didn't want to move anymore, so he politely declined their invitation. Those people weren't discouraged and simply brought some pine branches over, and built a fire pit next to Shizun. The surroundings gradually quieted down, and only the crackling of the fire could be heard. Suddenly, a citizen asked him, "Young master, we arranged it so carefully. How did the Ghost King see through it?" "Sai, what should we do?" Yes. How did he know we were going to move?" Young master clearly said that this ghost couldn't tell the difference between a puppet and a living person. What's going on? Could it be? The speaker's voice gradually trailed off as he turned to steal a glance at Shizun. He clearly wanted to ask if Shizun had made a mistake, if Shizun hadn't figured it out. This gaze was seen by the white-clothed guards of the governor's office, and one of them immediately said angrily, "What are you thinking? Someone must have leaked the news and let the Ghost King know." That person muttered, "Who would leak information to ghosts and monsters? It won't do any good." But when he saw that the people around him were glaring at him, He resentfully stopped talking. After a moment of silence, another person asked, "Young master, that ghost old man definitely won't let this go. What should we do next?" Shizun was very tired, so he didn't open his eyes, but he still said in a gentle voice, "It'll be fine as long as we can hold on until dawn. After that, we'll leave the city and hurry on our way. They won't be able to do anything during the day. But there are so many of us, old and young, and some are even injured. Can we make it to Mount Putua in one day?" Shizun said warmly, "Don't worry, all of you should rest. Tomorrow you just need to hurry on your way. I'll think of a way." It had always been the young master who protected them, and since he said so, everyone obediently agreed. A child came over holding a small piece of sesame candy, and wanted to give it to Shizun. Shizun slightly opened his eyes, smiled and touched the child's hair, and was about to say something, when suddenly a guard ran over in panic and shouted, Young master, something bad happened." "What happened?" Young master, young man." Outside the city god temple, that person was obviously greatly affected, and couldn't say a complete sentence. He stuttered, and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump and cried loudly. Shizun suddenly got up, and the last trace of blood on his face disappeared, and he ran into the rain. Chapter 67. The Xingwang Temple was at the edge of Shizun's power. The steps of the Xingwang Temple could still be protected by the enchantment, but the temple itself could no longer be covered by the enchantment. In the temple the lights were dim. More than 10 ghosts who had rebuilt their bodies stood on both sides. A woman in red was tied up with her back to the crowd. She was looking up at the statue on the table. Beside her, young man stood with her eyes down. She was restraining a young child. Shizun shouted, "Lan Er." This child was none other than Shizun's son, Chu Lan. Mo Ran's heart tightened. The taste of half a piece of cake was still in his mouth. He saw that the young master was restrained and wanted to go forward, but he was stopped by Chu Wanning. "Don't go." "Why?" Chu Wanning looked at him and said softly, "They're all people who died 200 years ago. Now that this illusion has become reality, I'm afraid you'll be hurt." Only then did Mo Ran realize that this was indeed the case. No matter what he did, a dead person was still dead. Nothing could change it. The young master cried outside the enchantment. He shouted vaguely, "Father! Father, save me! Father, save Lan Er!" Shizun's lips trembled slightly. He shouted at young man, "What are you doing? I didn't treat you badly. Let go of him." Young man turned a deaf ear to him. She lowered her head as if she didn't hear anything. But the hesitation in his heart could be seen from his hands that were holding Chu Lan. There was a mole between his thumb and index finger on his left hand. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging and trembling. At this time, the people who had gathered to take refuge in the government also came. When they saw the scene in the temple, they couldn't help but be shocked and angry. They whispered, "That's the young master's son. How could this be?" Young man raised the knife in her hand and released the rope of the woman in red. That woman came back to her senses and slowly turned her head. She was extremely beautiful, as pure as a lotus flower, with a long and delicate neck. It was just that her face was as pale as paper, but her lips were as red as blood. The way she smiled at Shizun was more frightening than charming. The illusory candlelight illuminated her beautiful face. The moment they saw her face, Shizun and some of the older people in the crowd behind him all froze. The woman's smile was tinged with sadness. She said softly, "Husband." Mo Ran. Chu Wanning. This woman was none other than Shizun's deceased wife. Mrs. Chu's eyes moved. She wanted to take her son from young man. At first, young man was unwilling, but Mrs. Chu, as a member of the Ghost clan, was much stronger than him after breaking free from the shackles. With a little effort, she snatched the child away. Unfortunately, she died of an epidemic disease before the child was a month old. Therefore, the young master had never seen his mother. For a time, he cried and shouted for his father, asking Shizun to save him. "Good child, don't cry. Mother will take you to find your father." Madame Chu's slender arms picked up the child and carried him out of the temple. She walked along the rain-soaked bluestone steps all the way to the enchantment of Shangqing. She stood in front of Shizun, her eyebrows showing both joy and sorrow, sadness and joy. Husband, we haven't seen each other for years. How have you been? Shizun, however, couldn't say a single word. His drooping fingertips couldn't stop trembling. His pair of phoenix eyes stared at the woman behind the barrier, and his eyes gradually turned red. Mrs. Chu said softly, "Honor is so big now. You are much calmer. You are a little different from what I thought. Let me take a good look at you." As she said, she reached out and put her hand on the enchantment. However, because of her ghostly body, she couldn't cross it. She could only look at the people behind her silently. Shizun closed his eyes, but his eyelashes were already wet. He also raised his hand. Separated by the enchantment, he pressed his palm against Mrs. Chu's. He opened his eyes again. The two looked at each other in life and death. It was like yesterday. Shizun choked with sobs. "Madam, the family had been separated by life and death for many years. The days they spent together could be counted with fingers. Did the begonia flowers I planted in the courtyard that year survive?" Shizun smiled, but his eyes were full of tears. "They are all as beautiful as a pavilion." Mrs. Chu seemed to be happy. She said warmly, "That's really good." Shizun also tried his best to smile, saying Lanner liked that begonia tree the most. In spring he always played under the tree. He liked begonia flowers as much as you. Every year. Every Qingming festival. He said until here, but he couldn't make a happy face anymore. His forehead touched the edge of the enchantment. Tears kept rolling down his face. He was already sobbing. Every Qingming festival, he would pick the most beautiful one and put it in front of Mother's grave. Wonder, did you see it? Every year, did you see it? In the end, his sobs broke. Every word was sobbing. He didn't look like a gentleman anymore. Mrs. Chu's eyes were also red. However, because she was a ghost, she couldn't cry. Her expression was sad, but it made people feel sad. For a moment there was silence. No one said anything. They all looked at the scene in front of them silently. Some people were sobbing. However, at this time a cold voice came from the sky. "Of course she knows, but soon she won't." Mo Rant's expression changed. "It's the Ghost King." Chu Wanning was also very gloomy. "Shameless villain. You don't dare to show yourself." The Ghost King laughed. It was like his sharp nails were tearing at the bottom of a pot. It made people's hair stand on end. "Lin Wan is already part of the Ghost Clan. Originally, I didn't want to hurt her. However, you want to go against me and destroy one of my eyes. I will dig out your heart and liver and make you feel more pain than I do." As the Ghost King finished speaking, the dozen or so ghosts in the temple opened their mouths and chanted spells. "The mundane heart is dead. The past is gone." Mrs. Chu suddenly opened her eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, "Husband Lon, take Lon. The mundane heart is dead. The past is gone. Lon, quickly go to your father." Mrs. Chu pushed the child, wanting to pass him through the barrier. However, the young master was blocked outside by the barrier like a ghost. He couldn't return. Young man stood in front of the temple railings and looked down at them. Her face seemed sad and happy. Her originally handsome face was almost twisted. "It's useless. I followed the Ghost King's instructions and put the Ghost Clan's mark on him. He is now like a ghost and can't enter Shangqing's barrier." The chanting behind her was like a tide, rising and falling continuously. "The mundane heart is dead. The wisdom is gone, husband." Madame Chu was already panicking to the extreme. She hugged the child in her arms and knocked on the outside of the barrier. "Husband, remove the barrier. Remove the barrier and let Lanner in. You protect him. I'm almost... The mundane heart is dead. The compassion is gone. Husband." Mrs. Chu knelt down with a thud. Her eyes were wide open and she couldn't stop trembling. A blood-red curse mark was gradually climbing up her face. "Child Lanner, you promised me to take good care of him. Remove. I beg you, remove husband." Shizun's heart was already broken. He raised his hand several times to cast a spell, but in the end he dropped it again. Outside, Chu Lan was bawling her eyes out. Her face was full of tears as she raised her head. She reached out her small hands and cried, "Father, don't you want Lanner anymore? Father, hug Lan. Father, hug." Mrs. Chu couldn't stop hugging him and kissing the child's cheeks. One of them was kneeling while the other was crying. They were both begging Shizun to remove the barrier and let the child pass. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Master! You can't! If you can't remove the barrier, the remaining hundreds of people in Lin will die. This is the Ghost Clan scheme. Master! You can't remove it." Yes, the barrier can't be removed. The desire to live made the commoners kneel down and kowtow to Shizun one after another. They all stammered, "Master, I beg you, the barrier can't be removed. If it's removed, everyone will die. Madam, I beg of you." Someone even knelt down and kowtowed to Madam Chu. "Madam, you are benevolent. You have the heart of a bodhisattva. We will be deeply grateful for your kindness for the rest of our lives. I beg of you, don't let the young master remove the barrier." In an instant, except for the guards of the governor's office and a few commoners who didn't kneel down and beg, the rest of the people cried and shouted. The momentum instantly overshadowed the pleas of Mrs. Chu and the little master outside the barrier. Shizun felt as if he was standing on a sharp awl, and as if his lungs were being pierced by tens of thousands of sharp knives. The blades grew thorns in his flesh, crushing his internal organs. In front of him were his wife and children. Behind him were the lives of 100 people. In this kind of torture, he seemed to have died, engulfed by fire, and his bones turned to ashes. However, the ghost's chanting didn't stop, but became sharper. The mortal heart is dead, the 7 emotions are annihilated. The mortal heart is dead, the 6 desires are annihilated. There were more and more runes on Mrs. Chu's face, climbing all the way up from her white neck, almost covering her entire face. They soaked into her eyes. It seemed that it was difficult for her to make a complete sound in her throat. She only looked at her husband in despair and murmured broken words. "If you will hate you, long, I hate." The runes soaked into her eyes. Her weak body suddenly trembled, as if she was in severe pain, and she closed her eyes tightly. "I hate." Suddenly there was a shrill scream, but the ending sound became a beast-like roar. Mrs. Chu suddenly opened her eyes, and there was blood in her eyes. There were 4 pupils in her originally soft almond eyes, and they were close to each other, squeezing out all the white of her eyes. Wonder. Shizun was in extreme grief. For a moment, he forgot that the Shangqing enchantment must be in the middle of the enchantment to be effective. He only wanted to reunite with his beloved wife. However, the moment he was about to step out of the enchantment, an arrow suddenly pierced through the air. With a whoosh, it accurately and fiercely pierced into his shoulder, stopping him from reaching out his hand. It was a young man from the governor's office, still in the posture of drawing his bow and shooting. The young man's hood fluttered, and he said to Shizun righteously, "Young master, wake up. You usually teach us that there is a Tao, that all living things are the leader, and that we are the last. Are all these empty words? Once the matter falls on your shoulders, you want to pay for the life of one person with the lives of hundreds of people." An old woman beside the young man trembled and said, You put down the bow. How can you hurt the young master? Everything is the young master's choice. The young master has already done everything he can. How can you? You are ungrateful." However, before they finished arguing, they suddenly heard a scream in front of them. Madame Chu had completely gone berserk. She was originally hugging her child so lovingly, but now she was no different from a wild beast. She howled at the sky, saliva dripping from her mouth, and her teeth suddenly grew. Chu Lan, who was in her arms, had cried herself hoarse. However, between her broken sobs, she still called out intermittently, "Mother." What answered him was Madame Chu's blood-red claws piercing through his throat. Between heaven and earth there was no sound. Flowers of blood were flying one by one. It was as if that year, the begonia flowers had bloomed. Madame Chu stood in front of the window with her newborn child in her arms, looking at the gentle fragrance in the courtyard, and the bright red flowers scattered everywhere. The mother gently rocked the child in her arms, and softly hummed, "Red begonia, Huang Hai Tang, how melodious is the morning breeze. Little Tong Xianghe is far away, making one miss father and mother." Red begonia. Huang Hai Tang years ago, she lovingly stroked Chu Lan's hand, but now she was tearing apart Chu Lan's head, limbs and flesh. How melodious is the morning breeze. The heavy rain poured and blood flowed. The mother ate the child's intestines. Little Tong Xianghe is far away. The eaves of the city god temple were majestic, solemn, and compassionate. That year the child was reborn. The mother knelt in front of the city god temple and put her warm and slender hands together. The bell rang and the birds scattered. Amidst the incense and candles she stood up and kowtowed, wishing her child good fortune and good health, a long life and a peaceful life, making one miss father and mother. Chu Lan's flesh was crushed. Chu Lan's heart was dug out and was greedily chewed by Madame Chu. Fresh blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Ah, ah, ah! Chu Sun finally broke down. He knelt on the ground, held his head and kowtowed continuously. Blood flowed out. He cried heartbreakingly. He knelt in the rain, in the blood, in front of his wife and children, in front of the people of Lin and city. He knelt in front of the god statue and knelt in the mud. He knelt in sin and knelt in holiness. He knelt in gratitude and knelt in hatred. He stooped into the dust, and his soul was torn apart and destroyed. He grieved for Wang Guchun. After a long time, someone finally spoke with a trembling voice. Young master, please restrain your grief. Young master's great kindness will never be forgotten. Young master Chu is a righteous man. What a good man. What a good man. Some people hugged their children tightly and covered their children's eyes to prevent them from seeing this hideous scene. At this moment he finally dared to let go of his hand. With a pale face he said to Chu Sun, Young master, our lives are all saved by you. Madam and young master will definitely ascend to paradise. Another person scolded, Take your child and get lost. Why don't you ascend to paradise with your child? The man then timidly retreated far away. However, these quarrels were so far away that Chu Sun felt that he was already dead. Listening to their voices, it was as if they were coming from the ocean of the past. In the rainstorm, the man was covered in filth. That layer of transparent film separated him from his wife and children. White bones were exposed, and tears and snot were everywhere. Mo Ran looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly thought of his previous life. When he killed the innocent, did he give birth to more than one Chu Sun, more than one Chu Lan, and more than one Madame Chu? He suddenly lowered his head and looked at his hands. For a moment, he vaguely saw that his hands were covered in blood. However, in the blink of an eye, he realized that it was still cold rain. Dripping on his palm, it gathered into a stream. He trembled slightly. However, in the next moment his hand was held. He seemed to have suddenly awakened from a nightmare. He turned his eyes and saw that his junior brother was looking at him with concern. That child looked so similar to the dead Chu Lan. Mo Ran slowly knelt down until they were at the same level. Like a sinner asking for forgiveness in front of a returnee, he looked at him with a pair of eyes stained with rain and tears. Chu Wanning did not speak. He raised his tender little hand and patted his head. It's all in the past, Chu Wanning said softly. It's all in the past. Yes, after a while, Mo Ran smiled sadly and lowered his eyes. He muttered, It's all in the past. However, even if it was all in the past, it was all in the past. However, these were all things that he had done. Although he had never killed Chu Lan, how many people like Chu Lan had died because of him? The more Mo Ran thought about it, the more frightened and pained he felt. Why was he so cruel and merciless? Why was he so stubborn? Chapter 68. The young Chu Lan has died. But the virtual realm is not over yet. Dawn is still far away, and the nightmarish night is still not over. The citizens who were lucky enough to survive returned to their residences, preparing to depart for Mount Putuwa after daybreak. It's hard to believe that someone can still persevere and carry on with the previous matter after such pain. In fact, Chu Sun seems to be walking with only his body left, and his soul is no longer there. Mo Ran walks around the city and hears many people worried. After all, Chu Sun suffered such torture. Not to mention whether he will resent, even if he is still willing to lead everyone out of the encirclement. With this kind of mind, he is afraid that it will be disastrous. However, not everyone only has themselves in their eyes. Although there are not many who sincerely feel sorry for Chu Sun, at least there are some. Everyone is waiting for daybreak in this kind of anxiety. However, what comes earlier than the sun is that familiar cold voice. It explodes in the heavy night, reverberating above the barrier. This time the Ghost King is not talking to Chu Sun, But to the people in the city, the sky will be bright soon. I know that you want to take advantage of the day to leave the city. However, have you really thought it through? Mount Putuo is very far away from here. It is impossible to reach within a day. When it is dark, you will have to rely on Chusun's power to protect you. But can Chusun really protect you? Mother. A child hears this terrible voice and cries in fright, curling up in his mother's arms. Everyone looks up at the sky. Chusun stands in front of the residence, but as if he didn't hear, he leans against the begonia tree with his eyes closed. His wife and child died because of you. Do you think he will sincerely protect you? I am afraid he has other plans to make you live a life worse than death, so that he can avenge his wife and child. This is human nature. I have also lived. I was also once a human. Although there are benevolent people in the world, it is only for the sake of a good reputation. Human nature is evil. The so-called good people all have their own motives. If they are forced to a dead end, why should they care about the life and death of others? The Ghost King's eerie voice continues to echo. I have said before, I originally did not want to take the lives of your entire city. One must know that even if you are alive, you can still serve the Ghost Clan. If you don't believe me, take a look at him. As his voice fell, a black cloud rolled and surged outside the bounded domain. It was a young man standing on the top. Beside him stood a man in his 40s or 50s. He looked kind and honest. Someone exclaimed, "It's young man's father. It's young man's father. Isn't his father dead?" The corpse was dismembered. Everyone saw it. How could this be? The Ghost King said, I am one of the 9 kings of the ghost race. Although I can't control life and death like the Yama Emperor, I can still restore the appearance of the dead. Serve me, and you will be able to accompany your loved ones who have passed away. As for those who disobey me, they will end up like your young master Chu. Seeing his wife kill his child with his own eyes, he will be heartbroken, but he will be powerless to reverse the situation. There was dead silence inside the barrier. Do you really want to believe him? Do you believe that he won't harm you and avenge your wives and children? Do you really believe that he can help you escape to Putuo? Someone looked at Chusun. His eyes began to flicker with a gloomy light. Chusun finally raised his head. He stood alone under the tree and looked at them quietly. He really didn't know what to say. After a long time he said, "Things have already come to this. What's the use of me harming you?" Ha 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 ha. The Ghost King's hair-raising roar echoed in the air above the barrier. Great, great. He won't harm you. If you believe him, then let him do as he pleases. But if you believe me... His voice became louder and louder. It almost tore people's eardrums and pierced their hearts. If you believe me, you will immediately be rewarded. I can let your dead loved ones return to your side. As long as you hand over Chusun, as long as you hand him over. Hand him over to me. I have a deep grudge with him. It has nothing to do with you. Hand over Chusun and you don't have to leave your home. Hand over Chusun and you can reunite with your family. Call him out and everything will be over. The Ghost King said faintly. Before dawn, I will wait at the city god pavilion. His voice disappeared. The dead silence in the crowd slowly turned into a strange noise. Everyone looked in Chusun's direction. Chusun also looked at them. His expression was calm. Could even be said that he was at peace. Someone began to helplessly murmur, "What to do? What to do, husband? I'm so scared. Mother, I'm scared. I don't want to be eaten." There were even people who lowered their voice and said, "The Ghost King is right. The so-called good people all have their own motives. We have seen many disgusting officials like this before. Although young Master Chu hasn't done anything right now, but look at his appearance. His spirit has left his body. Who knows what kind of crazy things he will do in the future?" Someone heard his words and didn't refute. Instead, they whispered in agreement, "You're right. When the time comes, he will take revenge and harm all of us. Betraying at the last minute, this kind of thing has happened before in the past." Suddenly, a man rushed out and shouted, "Catch him! Catch him and we can live!" No one made a sound. After a long time, a young woman stood out and blocked him. Her voice was soft but firm. "How can a man repay kindness with enmity? Get lost." That man kicked the girl to the ground and spat on her face. "You're a smelly whore who sleeps with men. You don't have anything to worry about. What right do you have to speak? I have old and young at home. I can't let my family be wronged. Young Master Chu, I'm sorry. After saying that, she went to catch Chu Sun. Unexpectedly, before she could take a step, her leg was firmly held by someone. That man lowered his head and flew into a rage. Smelly whore, you dare to stop me? Do you want everyone to die with you? The girl angrily said, although I'm a brothel girl, I can distinguish right from wrong. Even cats and dogs know how to repay kindness, let alone people? Go to your mother. The man kicked her face a few more times until her face was bruised. At this time, other people also surrounded Chu Sun. Although there were a few people in the crowd who wanted to stop like this brothel girl, they were powerless in the end. Like a floating leaf in a torrent, they were quickly washed away. Young master, quickly leave. There was also an old woman trembling as she shouted to Chu Sun, young Master Chu, go. Go. Don't stay for this group of animals anymore. Go. There was also a young child's voice, don't beat him, mother, father, don't hurt young master, don't hurt young master. The crowd was bustling with noise and excitement. Chu Sun stood alone in the rain. It was as if he saw a lot of ghosts crawling out from the depths of hell. For a moment he wanted to leave. But his gaze fell on the living people who were crying and shouting. He looked at the children who were wailing and persuading their parents. He looked at the girl who stood out first and was already bruised and swollen. He looked at the old woman whose white hair was trembling in the wind and rain. There were also a dozen or so people who had their backs to him trying to stop him. He wanted to leave, but his footsteps stopped. They were not wrong. If the barrier was removed, these people would also die. It turned out that the most disgusting thing in the world was not the devil, but those cowardly animals. They did not have the ability, but in order to live, they put on human skin and mixed in with the crowd. As long as they could live, they would do anything, say anything. In the end, they would say, I also just want to live. I am also very pitiful, very helpless. What did I do wrong? He used to think that the people he protected were all weak and kind people. But he was wrong. Only today did those beasts take off their human skins, revealing scarlet, ugly, and hideous faces that were grinning ferociously, one after another. They hid so well. They hid so well. He didn't want to shed blood and tears for those animals dressed in human clothing, but they were so cunning, hiding among the good people. Each of their faces laughed freely and happily, laughing at Chu Sun's helplessness. You have to save us. If you remove the barrier, we will pull the people you want to save, pull the people who are grateful to you to go to hell together. You can't do anything even if you are disgusted to death. It was you who wanted to be a gentleman, it was you who wanted to be a good person. Since you have made such a choice, then sacrificing your life to save everyone is what you should do. If you don't do it, you are a hypocrite, a liar, you are pretending to be noble, you are worse than pigs and dogs. He seemed to hear the shrieks of the men, the shrieks of their laughter. You have no choice. You have no choice. Chu Sun slowly raised his head in the tide-like chaotic quarrel. He looked at the sky in the wind and rain. The sky was finally going to be bright. A night of heavy rain had washed away the blood on the stone steps of the city god pavilion. Chu Sun and the people who were protecting him were all tied up and brought to the temple. This scene was really sad and ridiculous. Those people tied Chu Sun so tightly, and they were complacent that they had captured such a powerful person. But they did not know that Chu Sun only needed to cast a spell to destroy these ropes. But he did not do that. In the end, he did not remove the Shangqing barrier. Enough blood had been shed in Lin. He did not want to cause innocent people to lose their lives in order to take revenge. So that layer of thin film protected those who repaid kindness with enmity, and those who treated him sincerely. He came to the front of the temple. The Ghost King did not appear. There was only a candle emitting rolling black smoke, twisting into an empty human figure. Why not remove the barrier? The moment he saw Chu Sun, the voice was furious. Remove the barrier. Chu Sun calmly said, unless I die. The black smoke let out a shrill scream and said hoarsely, Chu Sun, you are crazy. You, kill him for me. Otherwise when night falls I will take all of your lives. Dawn came. Layer after layer of light of day weakly lit up the endless night. The Ghost King could not support himself in the light. He fled into the darkness. The burning candle suddenly trembled and went out. Chu Sun came back to his senses. The city god pavilion was built quite high. Looking from afar, the mountains and rivers were shrouded in the misty rain. He could not see the scars clearly. Master Chu, I am sorry. It's not that we are ruthless. It's because you destroyed one of the Ghost King's eyes. He has a deep grudge with you. We had no choice. Why are you still talking so much? My whole family is waiting to live. Is his life more important? Or is everyone's life more important? The one with the Tao is the leader of all living things. He said it himself. Chu Wanning stood in the distance and looked at the man who he did not know what relationship he had with him. He felt complicated. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered his eyes. Chu Wanning asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't let you see." "Why? You will feel uncomfortable." Chu Wanning was silent for a while. His eyelashes trembled in Mo Ran's hands. "No, I said it was 200 years ago." Mo Ran's voice came from behind. He sighed softly. "Little fool, then why is my palm wet?" After an unknown amount of time, an incense's time, 2 hours or a blink of an eye. Time was blurred in this madness and chaos. When Chu Wanning opened his eyes, the enchantment of Shangqing had disappeared. Chu Sun fell in a pool of blood. Around him were people and ghosts. There were demons and monsters in human skin, sniffing the fresh blood. Joy, guilt, surviving a disaster, pain, evil. People's hearts are like beasts. The air was filled with the smell of death. The human world, or hell. It was not so clear anymore. The crowd slowly dispersed. There were no ghosts during the day. They were in a hurry to fill their stomachs and rest. They were in a hurry to wait for the Ghost King to descend again at night. He would examine the dead men in the temple, and then reward them for the return of their loved ones. Gradually, only a dozen or so people were left in the temple, sobbing and crying. There was the woman from the brothel, the old woman with a head full of white hair, the couple who were persuaded by their child, a beggar, a scholar, a storyteller, a former rich young master, a widow with a young child in her arms, a teacher, and a farmer. There was nothing else. However, just as they were hugging the corpse and crying, the eyelashes of the dead man in the pool of blood trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Young Master! Young Master Chu!" Mo Ran's heart trembled. He could not help but say, "It's useless. This incantation had been lost in the present world. He did not expect to see it again in this virtual realm. This is the voice incantation. He is already dead. Before he died, he cast this incantation on himself." Chu Wanning paused and said, "He had things to do. He still has things to worry about in this world." Chu Sun's eyes were empty and unfocused. He said lightly, "The ghost race is sinister. Their words cannot be trusted. After the enchantment of Shangqing is lost at night, demons will come out and kill everywhere. I hope everyone can escape from here and go to Putua. Young Master, I am already dead. I have no fate to accompany you. However, I have gathered all my spiritual power and cast the incantation in my spirit core. Everyone take my spirit core. The demons will not be able to get close." The crying became louder. It was almost crying blood. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were even more frightened. Spirit core, that was a crystal that was born with the heart. The dead Chu Sun slowly raised his hand that had not yet stiffened. According to the incantation he set before his death, he grasped the blade buried in his chest and pulled it out. Then, "Young Master!" The surrounding people cried out. Their voices were distorted and hoarse. They were soaked in blood and tears. "Young Master, what are you doing?" The dead man's fingers tore open the wound in his chest and pierced into his flesh. He grabbed the heart that was no longer beating and slowly, inch by inch, pulled it out. That heart was bleeding and beating with golden red flames. That was the power of Chu Sun's spirit core. It was the last light of a candle. "Take it." He raised the burning heart and held it straight in front of him. He kept repeating, take it." Drops of blood rolled down, but they all turned into red begonia flowers. Those flowers were burning and dazzling. "The road is long and dangerous. Chu Sun's life is short. I can no longer contribute my meager strength. I hope everyone can take care of it." Mo Ran looked at everything in front of him in horror. He suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back and cold sweat dripped down. This scar. He suddenly remembered that Chu Wanning's chest was close to his heart. There was also a scar. That was Chu Wanning's most sensitive part. How could he forget? Every time they were on the bed, when he licked that faint scar, Chu Wanning's usually cold and indifferent face would reveal a hidden desire. Mo Ran felt that this expression looked very exciting, so he was always willing to humiliate the person under him. But at that time he never cared about Chu Wanning's past. As for where this scar came from, he never asked until his death. And in this life, even if he wanted to ask, he did not have the qualifications. Chapter 69. Was it a coincidence? Or now his master's chest was not something he could see whenever he wanted to. He could only recall the wound based on his memory. It was a faint crescent moon color, which should be a pure cut made by a blade. It was not like Chu Sun's, who stabbed with 5 fingers and left a hideous bloody hole. After all, it was not the same. Thinking of this, Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. Although Chu Sun and Chu Wanning were very different people, there were too many similarities between them. From their looks to the scar on their chests, it was really suspicious that they were coincidentally stacked together. But he didn't know why. Maybe it was because Chu Sun was too gentle, completely different from Chu Wanning's violent and unrestrained, or maybe it was because Chu Sun was a man with a wife and children. So if Chu Sun was the reincarnation of Chu Wanning or Chu Wanning, Mo Ran felt that he couldn't bear it and would collapse. Fortunately, it was not like this. It was needless to say what kind of disaster Lin and city would face without Chu Sun's protection. Of course, the Ghost King would not keep his promise. After nightfall, there was a rain of blood and wind, and the world was dark. The moat was dyed red with blood, and the screams of the living after losing their minds resounded through the night. The city was full of wandering zombies, eating fresh blood sausages and chewing brains. Mo Ran took Chu Wanning to hide in a dilapidated house. The owner had died long ago, and the furniture and utensils were covered with a thick layer of dust. Mo Ran closed the door and sealed the room, leaving only a small window in the kitchen open to explore the situation outside. From time to time there were sharp screams and ominous chewing sounds outside. Mo Ran carried Chu Wanning to a small pile of firewood in the corner and touched his head. According to Miss Chizun, we can leave after defeating the Ghost King, so you stay here and don't move. Chu Wanning heard this and suddenly raised his head. Are you going out? Not now. I will go out when the Ghost King shows up. But it's very dangerous outside. The emptiness realm has already materialized. With your strength alone, how can you resist it? But I can't bring a child to a fight. Chu Wanning shook his head. I'll go with you. Ha ha, junior brother is so cute, but you're still young. You'll drag me down if you go out with me. When you're a little older, I won't stop you from taking action when you encounter such things. But this time you have to listen to your senior brother. I won't hold you back. That's what people usually say when they're dragging you down, Mo Ran said. Be good and stop messing around, okay? Seeing that Chu Wanning finally stopped talking, Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. His eyes looked out through the ridges of the wooden window, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Why did the emptiness realm, which was supposed to be used for training, suddenly materialize? Junior brother was right. Someone wanted to harm him. In his previous life, countless people wanted to kill him, but in this life, he had not offended anyone powerful. After thinking about it, the only person who could possibly want his life was the fake Gauchen he encountered at Jincheng Lake. But who exactly was the original body of the fake Gauchen? If he could skillfully use the exquisite Go game to such an extent, why didn't he stand out in his previous life? Could it be that he was not the only one who was reborn in this world? This thought made him shudder, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. After his rebirth, he only wanted to bury his past. If there was a second person who was reborn, then things would be very troublesome. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he heard Chu Wanning say, Mo Ran, what's wrong? Chu Wanning gritted her teeth. After weighing the pros and cons, she steeled her heart and decided to tell him the truth. Listen to me. Actually, I can help you. But when Mo Ran heard I can help you, he felt that his junior brother wanted to struggle with him again, so he interrupted him and said, Okay, I said I won't let you go, so I won't let you go. Don't force yourself. Listen to me. No, listen to me. Mo Ran was annoyed, so he said, "I won't listen, you bastard." Seeing Chu Wanning's ugly expression, Mo Ran probably felt that his tone was a little too harsh, so he poked between his eyebrows with his finger and said with a smile, "You're so young. Why are you so bitter and resentful? And you don't like to listen to the words of your elders? Then let me tell you, since you call me senior brother, we're from the same sect. In this kind of dangerous situation I have to protect you. Do you understand?" Chu Wanning closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "I understand." "That's good. Then but I'm worried about you." Mo Ran was stunned. The finger that was hanging in front of his forehead seemed to tremble slightly. For a moment he couldn't say anything. He had lived 2 lives, but he had never heard anyone say the words, "I'm worried about you." Even though Shermie was gentle to him, he had never expressed his concern for him in such a straightforward manner. He stared at the little child on the pile of firewood in front of him, his heart filled with mixed feelings. After a long time, his eyes gradually became very gentle. Then the finger that was poking Chu Wanning gently moved up and fell on the other's soft hair, rubbing it. "Don't worry. I promise you I will come back alive. Mo Ran, can you listen to me first?" Mo Ran smiled. "Okay, what do you want to say?" "Actually, I'm Bang." The door was knocked open. A man with disheveled hair screamed and rushed in. He was covered in blood. One of his legs had been torn to pieces. Behind him was a group of zombies that were attracted by the smell of blood. The man dragged his broken leg and staggered into the room. He grabbed everything he could grab and threw it at the zombies. He threw it while shouting, "Go away! Don't come here! Go away! Go away!" Mo Ran cursed inwardly and shielded Chu Wanning behind him. A red light shone in his hand and he summoned Ghost Bearer to protect him. He turned his head and said, "Junior brother, you hide well. Don't come here." After saying that, he went forward and fought with the zombies that broke into the room. Although the ghost was similar to Heaven's Inquisition, Chu Wanning did not completely teach Mo Ran the moves. Mo Ran's weapon in his previous life was a knife. He was not used to soft weapons. Therefore, although he was not at a disadvantage in the beginning, he gradually became a little weak. While the ghost dance was in chaos, he suddenly heard the voice of a child behind him. It was clear and cold. "Hit the left wrist 3 times, then jump up and throw it out from the back." Mo Ran did not have time to think, so he followed the instructions. The willow vine whipped a zombie on the left. The zombie's arm was broken by Shen Wu. Ordinary people would not be bored enough to whip it twice. But since Junior Martial Brother had said so, there was no harm in giving it a try. Immediately he hit the zombie twice. Then he leaped up and his back went limp. He flipped over and swung the vine whip behind him. Shwa! It was neither too early nor too late, just in time for the next wave of zombies to arrive. After accumulating strength 3 times, the ghost hunter ignited a blazing scarlet flame, and with a loud rumble, it pounced towards the zombies. The zombies were immediately chopped in half by the violent spirit marshal, and those zombies were all beheaded. The heads that fell to the ground were still emitting wisps of black smoke. Mo Ran was stunned. He glanced at his junior brother who was sitting on the pile of firewood with a slightly surprised expression. "This guy is good? How are we going to fight next?" Mo Ran was excited and asked excitedly. Chu Wanning was expressionless. "Next? Use your left hand and pat the right side of your clothes." "Oh, this move is profound and unfathomable." "What is it?" Chu Wanning said lightly. "There is nothing profound and unfathomable. You were too proud of yourself just now. Your sleeves were burned by the weapon." "Ah!" Mo Ran exclaimed. He looked down and saw that it was indeed the case. He hurriedly extinguished the fire that had been ignited by the ghost. This person's face was really thick. He was not embarrassed at all. He raised his head with a smile and said to the other side, "My little brother is very strong. I like it." Chu Wanning coughed softly and silently turned her face away. Facing the gray and bare wall, the tips of her ears were a little red. At this time there were only 6 zombies left in the room. Chu Wanning did not want to look at Mo Ran anymore. He still turned his head and commanded the wall, "Relax your wrists. Swing the vine towards the ceiling. After accumulating strength 6 times, perform 1 slash." Mo Ran did as he was told. But after the 5th round, he suddenly remembered. How do I perform one slash? Oh, just do it the way you normally use your sword. Ah, so that's how it is. Emoran suddenly understood. He swung down and a raging fire burned. The soft vine seemed to have been instantly tempered into an indestructible long blade. With a schwa, it cut the 6 zombies in half. Wah, this time Emoran's eyes were wide open. Where did you learn this? Why do I feel that you are almost as skilled as my Shizun in using the vine whip? No, maybe you are even better than him. He never told me what you taught me. Emoran beamed with joy. Good. Excellent. I won't have to look at Shizun's face in the future. If I learn from you, won't I be happy? Chu Wanning glared at him. Do you dislike Elder Yu Hung for giving you a hard time? Why don't you dislike me looking at you? Emoran put away the vine whip and blocked the door again. He dragged a table to block the entrance and laughed. You look at me because you are good to me. The two of us can be considered to have gone through thick and thin together. You've treated me well, and I'll remember it all. In the future, I'll treat you as my younger brother and dote on you. Not to mention you looking at me. Even if you are unhappy and hit me twice, I won't be angry. Chu Wanning's face darkened. Who wants to be your younger brother? He jumped down from the pile of firewood and ignored Emoran. Instead, he went to check the injuries of the man who broke in. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning opened his eyes slightly. Why is it him? Who is it? Emoran poked his head over and was also stunned. That young man? The one lying in a pool of blood and moaning intermittently was young man. He was seriously injured. After Chu Wanning checked, he shook his head and said, Human and ghost can never coexist. It must be that the Ghost King used him and didn't care about him. This person is really... Emoran said he deserves it. Chu Wanning glanced at him. Emoran chuckled and suddenly felt a little guilty. Shouldn't he be the one who deserved retribution the most? Emoran changed the topic and asked, Right, what did you want to tell me? What are you actually? Chu Wanning lowered his eyelashes, paused, and said in a low voice, Actually, I am. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a wind behind him. Chu Wanning was shocked and turned around to face the attack. However, he was a child after all and his strength was far less than that of an adult. He couldn't escape and was tightly locked by the other side. Young man struggled and crawled up from the pool of blood with one breath. One of his hands with bulging blue veins held Chu Wanning's neck tightly, while the other hand held Chu Wanning's arms behind his back. His dirty face was burning with crazy flames, and his desire to survive twisted his whole body, like a wax statue that was deformed under the heat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he said to Emoran in a hoarse voice, Take me out of here. Let him go. Take me out of here. Young man shouted angrily, and his eyes were about to crack, or I will kill him. Go. You want me to save you, so I will save you. Why are you making life difficult for a child? Let him go first. If you say one more word, I will kill him now. Anyway, I have done all kinds of bad things and I don't need this one more. Are you going or not? Chu Wanning was choked so hard that he couldn't make a sound, and his delicate little face was red. Seeing this, Emoran became anxious. Although he could kill young man with a single blow, this was the place where the virtual realm had materialized. If young man really got angry, she would probably seriously injure his junior brother before he could kill her. Emoran said, Okay, I will listen to you. Don't get angry. Let go of me first, I will. Before he finished, blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 70. How could Chu Wanning be a pushover? With a flash of golden light, Emoran vaguely saw some kind of weapon in his hand, but the weapon was withdrawn and released very quickly. In an instant, young man's hands were strangled, and even his wrists were cut off. Young man screamed and stepped back. This time, except for one foot, even his hands were disabled. The hand that was strangling Chu Wanning fell to the ground. Chu Wanning stood up. He seemed to be extremely angry, and his face was unprecedentedly ugly. He seemed to want to say something, but his lips moved. In the end, he seemed to be so angry that he was speechless. He just turned around angrily with a livid face. Emoran hurriedly went to him and hugged him. Junior brother, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Chu Wanning shook his head in his arms and didn't say anything. He was so disgusted that he couldn't speak. But no matter what, this young man was a person who lived more than 200 years ago. The one in front of him was just a puppet that was derived. Chu Wanning wiped the blood on his face and whispered to Mo Ran, "You saw it too. I may not be safe if I stay here. It's better to go out with you to fight. With my skills, I won't be a burden to you." Mo Ran had only heard of his junior brother's ability from Xuemeng before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. However, the unforeseen event just now had truly opened his eyes. "You're powerful, but," Chu Wanning said, "I'm familiar with the use of all kinds of weapons, and I can guide you." "But," Chu Wanning raised his eyes, "just trust me this time." "Senior brother." Chu Wanning's original intention was to deepen the sincerity in his tone. Unexpectedly, the child's crisp voice was soft and cute, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. Chu Wanning was a little surprised when he heard it. Mo Ran was also stunned when he heard it. Then he scratched his head and buried his face in his palms for a long time before he said, The main thing I'm afraid of is, after living for 2 lifetimes, it was the first time that he was called so softly by a little guy. Mo Ran really felt that this person was like a brother to him. If Mo Xianjun wanted to hate someone, he would hate them to the bone. But he was especially soft-hearted to those who cherished. Therefore, after scratching his head for a long time, he squatted and looked up at Chu Wanning. His ears silently turned red. If only he had a younger brother, he wouldn't be so lonely. When Chu Wanning saw Mo Ran's reaction, she hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Senior brother." Mo Ran held his forehead and felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Chu Wanning looked at him meaningfully and understood this person's weakness. Anyway, he was now in the form of a child, and Mo Ran didn't know who his real body was, so he didn't feel embarrassed. Therefore, he opened his mouth and called out softly, "Brother. Brother. Brother Mo Ran." "Oh. Okay. Bring you. Stop calling." Mo Ran jumped up and rubbed his goosebumps. His face was red and he said, Go, come with me. You're good, you're the best." "Oh my God." Chu Wanning put his hands behind his back and turned his head slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." Then he walked slowly to the door. Behind him, Mo Ran whispered, "Where did you learn this trick? It's so corny." Ouch. Originally, after seeing what happened to Chu Sun, Chu Wanning was in a bad mood. But now he felt that the haze in his heart was gradually fading away. Suddenly, he heard Mo Ran ask, "Hey, by the way, what did you want to say to me just now?" Chu Wanning turned around and said very calmly, that. I forgot. I'll tell brother Mo Ran when I remember in the future." Don't call me that. Just call me brother. Brother is enough." Mo Ran waved his hand. Chu Wanning's eyes were like deep pools. With a slight smile on his lips, he said lightly, "That's good. Brother, it's almost time. This illusion is based on the memories of the survivors. Now that those people have left Lin, and I think this illusion won't last long. The Ghost King should be coming out soon." "That's true. If we defeat him, we can go out, right? When I return, I will definitely investigate and find out who made the illusion real and wants to take our lives." Chu Wanning nodded. Fortunately, when the Ghost King fought with Chu Sun before, I can see that this Ghost King is not a very powerful character. He may be the weakest among the 9 great Ghost Kings. Although this place has been made real, I think that the opponent may have really treated me as an ordinary 6-year-old child. He didn't expect that I could help to deal with this illusion. Mo Ran nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right." Chu Wanning said, "So instead of saying that the person behind the scenes wants to harm us, it's better to say that he didn't include me in his plan from the beginning. The only person he wants to harm is actually you, brother." Mo Ran nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "What you said makes a lot of sense. After we go out, brother must explain this matter clearly to Xuemeng. This peach blossom spring is probably dangerous, so we have to be careful about everything. Alright, let's not talk about this first. Let's go. I won't be a burden to brother. Please lead me out of this place." Chu Wanning's prediction was right. At 3 o'clock, the massacre in the city came to an end. A blood-colored crack suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky. Green smoke scattered into the ruins and condensed into a hunchbacked man. The man's eyes were scarlet red, and his skin was pale. Half of his body was still covered in flesh and blood, but the other half was all white bones. He dragged his black umbrella and walked alone in the ancient city of Lin, which was full of corpses. Along the way, he absorbed the resentment and pain of the newly dead. Mo Ran hid in the dark and saw his appearance clearly. "It's him?" There was a hint of relief in his voice. Chu Wanning understood why he was relieved, but since he didn't intend to reveal his identity at this moment, as a 6-year-old child, he couldn't know too much. So he pretended not to know and raised his head to ask, "What?" "Your guess is very good. The strength of the ghost world's 9 kings is very different. The weakest among them should be this one." Mo Ran stood sideways by the window and looked at the figure approaching from afar. He whispered, "Our luck is not bad. What are brothers' chances of winning?" 90%. As for words, you can't be too sure. Chu Wanning smiled. Of course, he knew that there were 9 ghost kings in the ghost world. The skeleton emperor was the weakest, but strength was relative. With Mo Ran's age and experience, even with the help of the god of martial arts, it was still difficult for him to deal with the skeleton emperor alone. However, the person who wanted to plot against Mo Ran didn't expect that the person who accompanied Mo Ran was not a random child at the peak of life and death, but Chu Wanning. "Save me." The two were about to break through the door and kill the other party when they heard a faint groan behind them. He's still alive?" Mo Ran opened his eyes wide and looked back at young man who was curled up into a ball. "I don't want to die. Father." "I don't want to." Chu Wanning looked at the young man who was like a ragged piece of cloth and shook his head. That year, this person should have died when he entered the house. But in this illusion, the reason why he is still alive is probably because we hid here and got rid of the zombies that were chasing him, which changed some things in the illusion. Alas, if he hadn't betrayed us, do you think Chu Sun wouldn't have died 200 years ago? Maybe Lin and wouldn't have become a ruin. Maybe. But both of them understood that no matter what was said, the past was the past. The most important thing at the moment was to defeat the skeleton emperor and get out of the illusion. There was no need to hesitate. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning rushed out of the hiding place and killed all the way without showing weakness. Getting out of the illusion was easier than they thought. Mo Ran had a clear goal and soon fought with the skeleton emperor. But looking at the two fighting with full strength, Chu Wanning felt a faint uneasiness. That uneasiness was not because Mo Ran was at a disadvantage. In fact, Mo Ran had been steadily gaining the upper hand under his guidance. But Chu Wanning was more and more aware that the person hiding in the dark controlled the situation too accurately. In other words, that person clearly calculated that if only Mo Ran and another person with average aptitude were trapped in this illusion, it would be extremely difficult to get out of danger. But the other party did not use more powerful means to kill Mo Ran. Obviously, they did not want people to know that this was a premeditated murder case. Instead, they wanted to create an illusion that Mo Ran died in the illusion because of an accident during the trial. Who was it that meticulously planned to take Mo Ran's life? Was it really Jin Chenghu's fake North Star? Chu Wanning watched the fierce battle between Mo Ran and the Ghost King. As time passed, Mo Ran was already at the top. The sky was gradually brightening, and the Ghost King's magical power was gradually weakening. Soon it would not be able to hold on and the outcome would be decided. But at this moment, Chu Wanning suddenly saw a living person's face among the ghosts and zombies that were sealed by Mo Ran's spell. Who? That person was very far away, mixed in the crowd of zombies. He was wearing a cloak, and half of his face was covered in shadow. Only a sharp chin, sweet lustrous lips, and a gentle curve of the bridge of his nose could be seen. With just a glance, Chu Wanning could tell that this person's behavior was not like the illusion from 200 years ago. This person did not make any offensive posture, but quietly hid under the hood, facing the direction of Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. Seeing that Chu Wanning had noticed him, he actually smiled slightly, then raised his hand and drew 2 lines around his neck, making a gesture that was similar to kill. Chu Wanning cursed inwardly, and suddenly rushed over, wanting to capture this person. But that person was still smiling. Under the hood, his lips were bright red, and his white teeth were eerily white. He mouthed at him, looking very much like farewell. He dodged and did not go. Stop. It was useless. The sky was clear, and layers of white fish belly billowed up. The battle between Mo Ran and the Ghost King had ended with the last strangle. When the Ghost King's head was strangled by Mo Ran's ghost sword, The filthy blood gushed out, and the scene in front of them quickly swept away. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's bodies were suddenly thrown up, and the sunrise of Lin and the ruins of 200 years ago all turned into strange and variegated shadows. Bang! A loud sound was heard. When Chu Wanning fell to the ground again, he had already returned to the cave of trial. Mo Ran had also returned and fell beside him. His body was mottled with the bloodstains from the battle, but his injuries were not serious. He was lying on the ground with his face on one side, obviously unable to get up. Only a pair of dark eyes looked sideways at Chu Wanning beside him. After a while, he raised his hand and gently touched his forehead with his fingertips. "You're out." Chu Wanning nodded, but his face was very ugly. "I just saw a person inside." "What?" "Very suspicious. It should be the person who cast the spell." Mo Ran got up with a grunt and widened his eyes. "You saw it?" "You saw it. Then did you see who he was? What did he look like?" Chu Wanning frowned and shook his head. "He was wearing a hood, so I couldn't see clearly. But looking at his figure, he should be a man, not old, thin, and with a very sharp chin." There was still half a sentence that he did not say. He felt that this half of the face looked vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere a long time ago. But he also felt that it was just his illusion. After all, it was only the lower half of the face. There were many people with similar faces, so he could not tell at the moment. While he was thinking, he suddenly felt Mo Ran patting his shoulder. "Junior brother. What's wrong? Look over there." Mo Ran's voice was a little low and slightly cold. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked in the direction he pointed. It was 18. At the entrance of the trial cave, 18's eyes were bulging. She was hanging on the ceiling of the cave, a pair of feet wearing silk-embroidered shoes swaying in the air. She was already dead. There was no wind here. Looking at the extent of her swaying, the person who killed her should have just left not long ago. But what made Chu Wanning and Mo Ran's expressions change the most was the weapon that was tightly strangling her neck. It was a willow vine. The leaves were like knives, flowing with a fierce red light. From time to time, tongues of fire would burst, and sparks and blood would splash together. Damn it! The person who strangled 18 to death and hung her on the ceiling of the cave was actually the ghost of a divine weapon.